Chapter 1949. Especially the king of Luoshui country, he was even more shocked. Could it be that the deaths of several people from Luoshui country were caused by this person? For a moment, many experts seemed to have forgotten to speak. Lu Ming stood up and looked around. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He said, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Make a blood oath. From today onwards, the leader of the 9 countries of Sea Realm will be Mingyan country, and Ruan Tianjia will be the leader. The quota for the Time Island will be decided by Mingyan country." After the incident with the Grand Master, Lu Ming understood that there was no need to listen to these people's nonsense. It was purely a waste of time to talk nonsense with them. It was better to use force to intimidate them. Ha! When Lu Ming's voice fell, the people from the other 8 countries were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze as if they were looking at a fool. If this wasn't a fool, then what was? He directly asked them to make a blood oath to elect Mingyan country as the leader, and let Mingyan country arrange the quota for the Divine Light Island? This was simply ridiculous. It was the biggest joke in the world. Did Lu Ming think that he was invincible just because he could injure a great sage with a shout? It was simply ridiculous. Especially the people from Sangshui country, their faces were particularly gloomy. The leader of the 9 countries had always been Sangshui country. What was Mingyan country trying to do? They wanted to usurp the position of the leader of the 9 countries? They were courting death. In my opinion, this kid is completely crazy. He is spouting nonsense here. Mingyan country is hopeless. Why don't we just send an expert to destroy Mingyan country, and support another person to rule Mingyan country? The king of Luoshui country said coldly. So much nonsense. In that case, I announce that Luoshui country is out. They are not qualified to participate in the 9 countries alliance, and are not qualified to set foot on the Time Island. Get lost. Lu Ming glanced at Luoshui country, and said coldly. Once again, everyone looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a fool. Especially the people from Luoshui country. You don't want to leave? If you don't want to leave, then get rid of them. Lu Ming said coldly. As his voice fell, he stepped in the direction of Luoshui country. Arrogant, kill him! The king of Luoshui country coldly shouted. Immediately, a few experts charged out from behind him. 2 great sage small mastery and 3 bright sage great perfection. These were the only top experts left in Luoshui country. The 5 great experts joined forces, and their aura was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. That kid is dead for sure. Some of the monarchs had a cold smile on their faces, but in the next moment, the cold smile on their faces disappeared, and was replaced by astonishment, extreme astonishment. Lu Ming punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The air was compressed together and then exploded, forming a terrifying fist force. The power of the fist crushed through, and the 5 cultivators from Luoshui country exploded into pieces. Not even their bones remained. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard one after another. Everyone's expression stiffened. No. After a long while, King Luoshui let out a miserable scream. These 5 people were the 5 strongest people in Luoshui country. With the death of these 5 people, Luoshui country's strength would rapidly decrease, becoming the weakest country among the 9 countries. Sooner or later, it would be annexed by other countries. His heart ached so much that it was bleeding. But when he saw Lu Ming continue to step toward him, he was terrified and shouted, "Brother Tsang, help! This person is lawless. You must get rid of him." "Stop!" King Sangshui roared. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear him. He took a step forward and appeared beside King Luoshui country. The king of Luoshui wanted to escape, but Lu Ming took a step forward. The king of Luoshui screamed miserably as Lu Ming stomped on his face. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and convulsed continuously. "How dare you? Kill him!" King Sangshui country was furious. He had already asked Lu Ming to stop, but Lu Ming ignored him. "Kill! Kill!" 2 loud shouts came from Sangshui country. 2 figures stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in the void. "Peak Great Sage and Perfected Great Sage!" Someone exclaimed and was shocked. The people from other countries were trembling in their hearts. Sangshui country was worthy of being the leader of the 9 countries. For tens of thousands of years, It had been firmly sitting on the throne of the 9 countries. Its strength was amazing. The moment it attacked, it was a peak great sage. Such an expert was enough to destroy a small country. Ruan Tianjiao and the others from Bright Flame Country couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Lu Ming was powerful, was he a match for a peak great sage expert? But in the face of such an expert, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. The 2 experts from Sangshui Country approached Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Let go of King Luoshui. The great sage peak powerhouse bellowed and pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying finger force pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. You're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly, and then threw out another punch. This punch was more terrifying than the previous one. The void trembled as the pressure crushed down. The peak great sage expert's body exploded, along with the other great sage expert behind him, who was in the great mastery of the great sage realm. Both of them were killed instantly. At this moment, the hearts and bodies of everyone present were trembling uncontrollably. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming, and they could not shift their gaze away. One punch, another punch. The Great Sage Peak Powerhouse was smashed into pieces, just like the Great Sage Initial Mastery Powerhouse previously. It was as if there was no difference in the cultivation level of those people in Lu Ming's hands. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. Beside Ruan Tianjiao, several of his subordinates were trembling. It was unknown whether they were excited or agitated. Lu Ming, where is your limit? Ruan Tianjiao's voice was also trembling. The more time she spent with Lu Ming, the more she realized that Lu Ming was unfathomable. It was as if Lu Ming's combat strength was limitless. Ever since she met Lu Ming, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Lu Ming was always calm and collected. He did not even need to use a second move to kill his opponent. The king of Luoshui Country trembled under Lu Ming's feet and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was almost scared to death. What kind of terrifying monster was this? There was no way he could resist. I surrender. I swear to follow the Bright Flame Country for the rest of my life, and serve them as the leader. The king of Luoshui Country shouted, afraid that Lu Ming would trample him to death. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He looked at Sangshui Country and said, it seems that Sangshui Country also wants to be eliminated. I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stepped out and headed toward Sangshui Country. The king of Sangshui Country turned pale. A peak great sage expert was the strongest expert in Sangshui Country, but in front of Lu Ming, he could not withstand a single blow and was instantly killed. Lu Ming, you'd better quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, it won't be good for either of us. The king of Sangshui Country said. Is that so? I'm a little curious. Why won't you let me benefit? Lu Ming continued to step forward with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1950. The ruler of Sangshui Nation bowed to the 2 old men sitting behind him. His respectful attitude stunned everyone. Sangshui Country was ranked first among the 9 nations of Sea. He was also the most powerful person in the 9 nations of Sea. Who could make him bow so low? The crowd's gazes all landed on the 2 old men. However, the expressions of the 2 old men were extremely ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the 2 elders and said, are you sure you want to fight? The 2 elders forced a smile and stood up to cup their fists at Lu Ming. One of them said, young Master Lu, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you? That's right. The 2 elders were outsiders. When they first arrived, they appeared on the same island as Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming kill the emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow clan with their own eyes. They were only in the complete absolute saint realm. How would they dare to fight with Lu Ming? Wouldn't that be courting death? The attitude of the 2 elders made the lord of Sangshui Country stiffen. He looked at the 2 elders in disbelief. The 2 elders had appeared in Sangshui Country some time ago. The strength they displayed was earth-shattering and unfathomable. The lord of Sangshui Country was shocked and regarded as an almighty. However, such people were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. How could this be? Who was that young man? The lord of Sangshui Country's heart sank. You want to go to the sacred mountain of time as well, right? Lu Ming asked. The 2 elders nodded. Very well. Now kill them and I'll give you 2 places. Lu Ming said coldly, pointing at the lord of Tsangshui country and the experts. The lord of Tsangshui country's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Senior, no. Kill. Kill." The two elders looked at each other, and then attacked the lord of Tsangshui country and the others. The lord of Tsangshui country and the experts were unable to resist the attacks of the complete absolute saint realm experts. They were killed immediately. Even the supreme saints were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, the lord of Blueswater Nation and the experts of Blueswater Nation were all killed. Only a few of the weaker ones were left, trembling with pale faces. So powerful. The people from the other countries were shocked when they saw the two elders. They were too powerful. The cultivation of the two elders was unfathomable. Tsangshui country had many supreme saints, but they were unable to fight back against the two elders. Lord? Many people's hearts trembled, and they began to sweat. Ruan Tianjiao and the people from Bright Flame country were also shocked. What is Lu Ming's identity? Even the two elders were so respectful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. I said that Bright Flame country will be the alliance leader of the 9 countries. The quota for the Time God Island will be decided by Bright Flame country. Do you have any objections? Lu Ming said faintly as he glanced at the crowd. No objections. None at all. Young Master Lu is unparalleled in the world. No one has ever been able to surpass him. I will be the first to punish anyone who dares to object. The lord of Luoshui country finally seized the opportunity, and was the first to shout, flattering Lu Ming. Many people cursed the lord of Luoshui country for being shameless. He had mocked Lu Ming and said that he was a fool. Now he was praising Lu Ming. No objections. Bright Flame country thinks that they have some strength and are overbearing. They should have given up the alliance leader position long ago. That's right. The Bright Flame country is suitable for the alliance leader position. The quota for the Time God Island will also be decided by Bright Flame country. The other monarchs of the 7 countries spoke one after another, flattering Lu Ming. What a joke. With Lu Ming's strength, how would they dare to disagree? In the martial arts world, no matter where it was, there was only one rule. The weak were prey to the strong. Only strength was the truth. Make a blood oath. Otherwise, when I leave, who knows if you will attack Bright Flame country? Lu Ming said faintly. We dare not. We dare not. Whoever dares to attack Bright Flame country, I will fight him to the death. The monarchs expressed their stance and made a blood oath to wholeheartedly support Bright Flame country as the alliance leader. At this moment, their lives were more important, and they did not dare to have any objections. Ruan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries in a daze. During this period, she felt like she was in a dream. First, he sat on the throne of Bright Flame country. Then, he sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries. If she did not experience it herself, she would not have believed it. Lu Ming, who are you? Ruan Tianjiao whispered. She felt emotional. That day, she had relied on her intuition to keep Lu Ming by her side. It was the best decision she had made in her life. It was also the most important decision. Otherwise, she would have been framed and killed by the Grand Master. What happened next was simple. Ruan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader. She chose a prince with a weaker cultivation in Tsangshui country, and supported him to sit on the throne. This person naturally listened to Ruan Tianjiao's orders. Then she began to choose the candidates to go to the Time God Island. After everything was done, they stayed in Tsangshui country, and waited for the arrival of the messenger of the Time God Island. In a huge courtyard, Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao were drinking. Tianjiao, your spiritual body should be an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming said. Yes. Ruan Tianjiao nodded. Ruan Tianjiao's spiritual body was extremely rare in the 9 countries of the sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the great sage realm at such a young age, and be known as the goddess of war of the country of brightness. I have a treasure that can help your spiritual body evolve, but how much you can gain depends on you. Lu Ming said. He planned to use the Great Pill Furnace to help Ruan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. It was fate that brought them together. He wanted to help Ruan Tianjiao improve her strength as much as possible. Otherwise, when he left, Yuan Tianjiao's strength wouldn't be enough to deter the experts of other countries. It can help my spiritual body evolve? Yuan Tianjiao was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in this world. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The great pill furnace appeared and landed on the ground. The process of refining with alchemy fire will be very painful. If you can't bear it, tell me. Lu Ming said. What's the point of pain? Yuan Tianjiao smiled and entered the great pill furnace. Lu Ming waved his hand and threw in a large number of sacred herbs to help Yuan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. Yuan Tianjiao's willpower was very strong. She persevered until the end every time. Chapter 1951. After Yuan Tianjiao broke through, Lu Ming gave her 2 absolute sacred weapons. Only then did Lu Ming feel at ease. With Yuan Tianjiao's current cultivation of the Great Sage Small Mastery, coupled with the mid-level heavenly spiritual body and the ultimate holy weapon, he was able to contend with a Great Sage Pinnacle elite. In the 9 nations of the sea, there was no one who could match him. It was enough to intimidate other nations and secure the throne of the Alliance Master. Half a month later, a warship broke through the sky and stopped above the capital of Tsangshui Nation. The emissary of the Time God Island had arrived. The 100 people who were going to the Time God Island were ready. Most of them were young people. It was said that those who went to the Time God Island could receive guidance from the powerful existences there. If they were lucky, they could even be taken in as a disciple and stay there to cultivate. Yuan Tianjiao was also one of the candidates. She was a rare genius and naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to go to the Time God Island. Everyone boarded the warship. Then the warship broke through the sky and disappeared into the sea of the 9 nations of the sea. The warship was astonishingly fast. It was like a ray of light that cut through the void. Standing on the warship, looking at the boundless sea below, it disappeared into the distance in an instant. This time, after flying for more than 10 days, the speed of the warship suddenly slowed down. We're about to reach the Time God Island, the emissary of the Time God Island said. We're about to reach? Everyone was stunned because when they looked around, there was no sign of the island. At a glance, there was only the boundless sea. There was no island at all. Buzz. At that moment, the warship vibrated slightly as if it had passed through some kind of barrier. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. This was because a huge island had appeared in the sky ahead of them. This island was actually floating in the air. A floating island. So there's a formation here. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This sea region was set up with a powerful formation. Without special means, one could not enter or see the Time God Island. No wonder there was a rumor that without the emissary of the Time God Island, no one could find the Time God Island. The warship flew into the Time God Island and stopped in an open space. Everyone got off the warship. Come with me. I'll bring you to your residence. In a few days, there will be experts from the Time God Island who will test you. After saying this, the emissary flew forward. Everyone followed him, and before long, they arrived at a place filled with palaces. At a glance, there were many huge palaces. Each palace was separated by a certain distance, and it was quite luxurious. Every palace here is marked with a name. You 9 nations of the sea live in a palace. Go and find it yourselves. The emissary left behind these words, and then rose into the air, leaving this place. Everyone descended, and began to search the numerous palaces. K9 Sea 6 nations. The 3 kingdoms of Ming Sea. Xianling Kingdom. They saw that there were different signs outside the different halls. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. Written on the door of the palace were the words, 9 kingdoms in the sea. They had arrived at their palace. However, the entrance to the palace was open. This caused them to be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, since they hadn't moved in yet, the door should be closed. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they walked in. As soon as they walked in, they saw a few figures sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. When they saw Lu Ming and the others enter, they looked at them with sharp gazes. This is where we live. Get out of here. A tall young man waved his hand casually as if he was shooing a group of country bumpkins away. His tone made the faces of the people from the 9 nations of the sea turn ugly. Everyone, it clearly says that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. Did you come to the wrong place? Ruan Tianjiao cupped his fists and said, Do you think I'm blind? Of course, I know that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. But now it belongs to Xianling Kingdom. There are too many of us, and the original palace can't accommodate all of us. As for you, you can find a place to stay in the wilderness. The tall young man said casually. The faces of Ruan Tianjiao and the others turned ugly. However, at the same time, they were also shocked. Xianling High Nation. Those that could be called a high nation were all extremely powerful nations that ruled over a vast territory. Even if the 9 nations of the sea were to join forces, they would still be a far cry from them. Everyone, this is the palace that the Time God Island assigned to the 9 nations of the sea. It's not good for you to occupy it like this. If we report this to the Time God Island, even Xianling Kingdom will have a hard time explaining themselves. Ruan Tianjiao said with a sullen face. Are you threatening me? The tall young man's eyes flashed sharply as he stared at Ruan Tianjiao. I wouldn't dare, Ruan Tianjiao said. If you don't dare, then get lost. The tall young man scolded. Then we can only look for the emissary of the Time God Island, Ruan Tianjiao said coldly and turned to leave. How dare you? The tall young man shouted and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura spread out as he scolded. You're really shameless. How dare you threaten me in the 9 nations of the sea, a trashy sea region? With every sentence, the tall young man took a step forward. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and many people from the 9 nations of the sea turned ugly. The Great Saint Realm. The tall young man looked so young, but he had already reached the Great Saint Realm. It was really shocking. No wonder he was from Xianling Kingdom. The tall young man's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at Ruan Tianjiao and said, Woman, you look good. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then serve me for a few days, and I'll let this matter go. Damn it. Some of the young men from Bright Flame Country were furious. It was the other party who had occupied their residence. Ruan Tianjiao had only said that he wanted to look for the emissary of the Time God Temple, but the other party was so aggressive. He wanted Ruan Tianjiao to kneel down and admit her mistake, and even wanted her to serve him for a few days. What did they do wrong? It was the other party's fault. What did you say? You're courting death. The tall young man looked at the young man from Bright Flame Country with a sharp gaze. He then took a step forward and pounced on the young man from Bright Flame Country at lightning speed. A terrifying saber light slashed at the young man. It was a killing move. If it hit, the young man would die without a doubt. The tall young man was too overbearing. He wanted to kill just because of a disagreement. At that moment, Ruan Tianjiao moved. The sword light in his hand bloomed and slashed at the tall young man's saber light. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The tall young man's body shook and he took a few steps back. Ruan Tianjiao had blocked the attack. How dare you fight back? I'll kill you first. The tall young man shouted coldly. A shocking attack burst out and charged at Ruan Tianjiao. In an instant he slashed out hundreds of times. Layers of saber light enveloped Ruan Tianjiao. However, Ruan Tianjiao was calm. A dragon's roar came from his body. He slashed out with his sword and a sword light turned into a huge dragon shadow. Chapter 1952. In just one move, the tall youth was at a disadvantage and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tall youth's cultivation was the same as Ruan Tianjiao's. He was also a great sage minor perfection. However, the tall youth's spiritual body was only an inferior heaven spiritual body, while Ruan Tianjiao's current spiritual body was an intermediate heaven spiritual body. Naturally, he was no match for him. You're courting death. The tall youth roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. An ant from the 9 nations in the sea had injured him. It was unforgivable. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on the people of the 9 nations in the sea. But now, he was injured by Ruan Tianjiao. If he had been defeated by someone of the older generation, it would still be acceptable. However, Ruan Tianjiao appeared to be even younger than him. This made him feel as if he had lost all face. Kill! All of you must die today. The tall youth roared and charged at Ruan Tianjiao again. But after a few moves, he was defeated by Ruan Tianjiao. How dare you injure the genius of the Xianling exalted nation? You deserve to die. On the other side, the few people who were with the tall youth stood up with cold faces. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures kept rushing out of the palace. Among them, there were a few old men with violent and powerful auras. I told you to get lost. You're courting death. One of the elders stepped toward Ruan Tianjiao with a cold face. His terrifying aura forced Ruan Tianjiao to retreat. An absolute saint. Ruan Tianjiao's voice interrupted. The other people of the 9 nations in the sea were also shocked. The strength of the Xianling exalted nation was too strong. Even an absolute saint had come. Let me do it, Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ruan Tianjiao, blocking his aura. At this moment, Lu Ming was speechless. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always run into such arrogant idiots? In fact, there were many such people in this world. With some power and status, they would look down on those of lower status and feel superior in front of those of lower status. But once they met someone of higher status, they would immediately put on a humble front. There were too many such people. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Ruan Tianjiao suddenly calmed down. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Lu Ming said calmly. Little bastard, are you crazy? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the holy elder as he struck his palm toward Lu Ming. As the palm struck down, the space held madly. The people from the Xianling High Nation smiled proudly. With this attack, Lu Ming would definitely die. They could almost see the scene of Lu Ming being killed. But in the next moment, their smiles froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed the old man's hand. The old man's hand stopped in the air. The old man's expression changed. He became a little frightened because no matter how much saint power he unleashed, Lu Ming's palm did not move at all. How was this possible? He was a paragon saint, a high and mighty paragon saint. How old was Lu Ming? How could he have such strength? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How sad. Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed his saint power and flung the old man out. The old man's body was flung out and landed heavily on the ground. The earth rumbled and the floor cracked. The old man's body was embedded in a huge pit, twitching nonstop. Everyone's expression froze. Even though the people from the 9 nations of the sea knew that Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable, they were still shocked to witness a legendary absolute sage being smashed to the ground by Lu Ming so easily. The scene was too shocking. The tall young man from the Xianling High Nation was pale and trembling. He could not believe that there was such an expert in the 9 nations of the sea, who could defeat a paragon saint in one move. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and stomped on the old man's body. The terrifying power shattered the old man's saint heart. With his saint heart shattered, his cultivation was destroyed. The holy elder let out a cry of despair. You're courting death. Another old man from the Xianling High Nation shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, there were sounds of people flying through the air and arriving. These were the powerful figures of Xianling Heavenly Nation. Previously, they had stayed in their own palaces and did not stay here. At this moment, all of them had rushed over. After learning that Lu Ming had crippled an absolute saint, they were shocked and exuded a cold murderous intent. How dare you offend the Xianling High Nation? Kill him! An old woman with white hair shouted. Her killing intent was as sharp as a knife. The Xianling High Nation was one of the most powerful nations in the Infinite Seas realm. They were one of the few great nations. Apart from the Time Island, they could dominate the Infinite Seas realm. But now, a mere 9 nations of the sea dared to destroy someone from the Xianling High Nation. They were courting death. In an instant, at least 10 Sage Realm powerhouses released their auras. The terrifying pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. The 2 old men from the 9 nations of the sea shook their heads speechlessly. They knew Lu Ming's strength. How dare the Xianling High Nation treat Lu Ming with such an attitude? They were courting death. They could already see the miserable state of the Xianling High Nation. Kill. The white-haired old woman took the lead and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Paragon Saints attacked as well. More than 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming. They wanted to crush Lu Ming with one attack. You asked for it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he punched out. The space shook and formed a terrifying force that destroyed all the attacks of the Paragon Saints. How is this possible? All the experts of the Xianling Hai Nation were shocked. He destroyed more than 10 Paragon Saints' attacks with one attack. What kind of strength was this? Oh no. They were shocked. They had a bad feeling. Some of them even retreated, but it was too late. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming waved his fists continuously. Streams of fist force rushed out, crushing those people with irresistible force. Bang. 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 The Paragon Saints didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into the air. Not even ashes were left. In an instant, only the white-haired old woman remained out of the dozen or so absolute saints. At this moment, the old woman was terrified. She ran away frantically. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. It was filled with anger. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear it. He punched out again. The old woman exploded. Her body and soul were destroyed. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. More than 10 Paragon Saints were killed in an instant. This was too terrifying. Lu Ming, where is your limit? Wan Tianjiao seemed to be numb. He only smiled bitterly and was curious. How dare you? Chapter 1953. More than 10 figures appeared, and they were led by a young man in a golden robe. Big brother. The tall young man from Xianling Hai Country was overjoyed when he saw the young man. His big brother had finally arrived. His big brother had come to Time Spiritual Island 6 years ago, and had been accepted as a disciple by one of the sacred emperors of Time Spiritual Island. He had a high status in Time Spiritual Island. He was relieved that his big brother had arrived. Not good. Wan Tianjiao's face changed drastically when he saw the young man. Lu Ming. He is wearing a golden robe, and there is a picture of the River of Time on his sleeves. That is the symbol of a core disciple of Time Spiritual Island. Wan Tianjiao quickly sent a message to Lu Ming. A core disciple of Time Spiritual Island was the highest-ranking disciple in Time Spiritual Island. There were only a few core disciples in Time Spiritual Island, and they had a high status. The young man was obviously from Xianling Hai Country. This was troublesome. Xianchuan was the young man's name. Xianchuan was furious and he was filled with killing intent. He had come out of seclusion today, and wanted to see the people from Xianling Hai Country. His younger brother had come as well. However, he had not expected to see Lu Ming killing the experts from Xianling Hai Country. More than 10 absolute saints. Even Xianling Hai Country could not afford to lose them. That was more than half of the experts in Xianling Hai Country. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And all of you from the 9 nations of the sea will die. Xianchuan stared coldly at Lu Ming. He wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. You people from Xianling Hai Country occupied our palace. You people from Xianling Hai Country attacked us first. How can we not fight back? Wan Tianjiao shouted. Shut up. Xianchuan shouted and his eyes turned cold. So what? Even if we occupied your palace and wanted to kill you first, so what? You should not have fought back. If you fought back, you would have died. Xianchuan was overbearing. He did not care about the cause and process. He only cared about the result. If the experts from Xianling Hai Country were killed, Lu Ming and the others would die. Big brother, you must avenge the elders. The tall young man shouted. Don't worry. Xianchuan said coldly. The 9 nations of the sea are lawless. They openly killed the experts of other nations on the Spacetime Island. All of them deserve the death penalty. Kill them all. Yes. A few people walked out from behind Xianchuan. A terrifying aura was released. These people were all at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. These people were all experts from the Time God Island. Their expressions were cold, and they didn't care about who was right and who was wrong. If Xianchuan said to kill, they would kill. Xianchuan's position in the Time Divine Island was extraordinary. He was loved by many saint emperors. His words were the law and the truth. The faces of the 9 nations of the sea, including Nguyen Tianjiao, turned sour. The Time God Island wasn't like the other countries. They were the strongest group in the Milky Way world. They had many saint emperors. If they offended the Time God Island, the 9 countries of Songhai would be eliminated. Lu Ming also frowned slightly. He was not afraid of himself, but he was worried that he would implicate the 9 nations of the sea. Kneel down and accept your punishment, a peak absolute saint said coldly. He slapped down and a huge palm was formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the huge palm. Xian Chuan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's combat power was very strong. He could even block a perfected absolute saint. Is he also from the outer world? Xian Chuan's heart jumped. With his status, he naturally knew many things that others didn't. During this period of time, many experts had suddenly appeared in the 10,000 Seas world. Each and every one of them had a profound cultivation base and powerful battle prowess. Many of them weren't any weaker than the Time Divine Emperor. He had heard from some elders that these people might have come from the outer world. At first he was extremely shocked. If Lu Ming was also from the outer world, things would be difficult. Xian Chuan frowned. The people of the Xianling kingdom can't die in vain. Xian Chuan clenched his fists tightly. So what if he was from the outer world? The Time Divine Island would not be afraid. Let's attack together. With a wave of his hand, a few perfected absolute saint cultivators charged toward Lu Ming again. All of them used their killing moves. You're the ones who want to die, Lu Ming said coldly. He had already backed down and didn't fight back. However, they were obviously pushing their luck. He knew that backing down was useless against such people. He had to use force to make them fear him. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed up. He punched out and a phantom of the suppressing hell steel appeared, pressing down on a peak absolute saint. The expert's attack instantly collapsed under the phantom of the suppressing hell steel. As the phantom of the suppressing hell steel pressed down, the expert screamed and his body was torn apart. Then Lu Ming punched out again and killed another peak absolute saint. How is this possible? Xian Chuan shouted. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He could even kill a peak absolute saint. The tall young man and the others from the Xianling kingdom all paled. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a god of death. Release the signal. Release the signal. Gather all the experts on the Time Divine Island. Xian Chuan shouted as he retreated. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged toward Xian Chuan. Since he had attacked, he would kill them all. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill. At this moment, a roar sounded. Then a terrifying sword light slashed from afar. It was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to split the Time Divine Island in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An absolute saint battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. Boom. Intense explosions and boundless sword chi spread out in all directions. Whoosh. In the distance, there was a flash of light and a middle-aged man appeared in the air. Spots of light lit up on his body and hundreds of saint weapons floated around him. At the same time, a river of laws surrounded him. The Wan clan. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. It seemed like many experts who had entered the 10,000 Seas realm had come to the Time Divine Island like him. They were obviously here to explore the Time Divine Mountain. The River of Laws. That's the Sacred Emperor. Oh my God, the Sacred Emperor has appeared. Could it be the Sacred Emperor of the Time Divine Island? Exclamations sounded. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the Boundary Emperor was known as the Sacred Emperor. They were the strongest experts in the 10,000 Seas realm. Because there was no martial emperor in the 10,000 Seas realm, the immortal realm was only a legend. Wan Tianjiao and the others were also shocked. Now that the Sacred Emperor had appeared, would Lu Ming be able to defeat him? Roar. At this moment, a shocking roar sounded. In the distance, a giant wolf that was as big as a mountain stepped through the air. This giant wolf was also surrounded by the River of Laws. Whoosh. Chapter 1954. The quasi-emperors of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Purple Extreme Sect are all here. Lu Ming muttered with narrowed eyes. The 3 quasi-emperors stood in 3 different directions, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. The many people of the 10,000 Seas realm's small nations in the surroundings were shocked. 3 holy emperors appeared. Furthermore, based on the situation, they all showed hostility to Lu Ming. These holy emperors do not look like they are from the Time Divine Island. That's right. I have never heard of a huge wolf becoming a holy emperor in the Time Divine Island. Many people discussed in whispers. The people of the 9 nations of the 10,000 Seas paled. So many holy emperors wanted to deal with Lu Ming. As for Xian Chuan, he rejoiced. He roared. Quickly send the signal and gather the Deity Island's experts. Whoosh. An expert beside Xian Chuan waved his hand, and a beam of light soared into the sky, forming a long river of time. Everyone on the Time Divine Island could see it. Xian Chuan's words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently once again. Based on Xian Chuan's words, these holy emperors were not from the Time Divine Island. However, aside from the Time Divine Island, no other faction in the 10,000 Seas realm had holy emperors. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at once. Ao. Just at this moment, a few sharp cries rang out. A huge 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Aside from that, there was also a huge silver-white wolf. All of them were quasi-emperors. Many experts from the various factions entered the lotus flower world. Naturally, there were more than 1 or 2 quasi-emperors. That is a 3-legged golden crow. The legendary holy beast, the 3-legged golden crow. Someone exclaimed. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the 3-legged golden crow was a legendary holy beast that had never appeared before. Today one actually appeared. Haha. So this is Lu Ming? A cold voice came from a gust of wind. Lu Ming, you have been hiding for so long. Today you will die. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Another voice came from the other side. The Hung clan's people. Lu Ming muttered, revealing intense murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that almost all of his enemies had arrived today. At the same time, whether it was the people from the 9 nations of the sea, the Xianling Heavenly Nation, or the other nations, they were all stunned. 9 Saint Emperors. A total of 9 Saint Emperors surrounded Lu Ming. They were all hostile towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. There was deep worry in Ruan Tianjiao's eyes. At that moment, several figures flew out from the Time Spiritual Island, each of them emitting powerful auras. The experts from the Time God Island had arrived. Xian Chuan, what happened? An elder asked. He looked at the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe, and the others with a solemn expression. It's that brat. He killed the people of our Time Divine Island. How lawless! Xian Chuan pointed at Lu Ming, talking coldly. How dare you kill the people of the Time Island? How dare you? The old man coldly shouted. Together with the other 2 powerhouses, they stepped towards Lu Ming. Around their bodies, the same river of laws appeared. Saint Emperors, more Saint Emperors. A total of 12 Saint Emperors surrounded Lu Ming. Haha, this brat actually has so many enemies. He is dead meat. Xian Chuan laughed in his heart. As for the people from the smaller nations, they were all confused. Everything that had happened today was beyond their imagination. Aside from the Time Divine Island, where did so many Saint Emperors come from? Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. The Saint Emperor of the Hung clan shouted coldly. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The saint force in his body circulated crazily, pushing his strength to the maximum. It seemed like he had to fight today. Young Master Xinghe once said that he would kill you personally. Today, I will be the one to kill you. The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan said coldly. He was the first to attack. A pale white sword radiance bloomed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of acupuncture points on Lu Ming's body lit up. Hundreds of saint weapons flew out, and the aura of the weapons soared to the sky. Whoosh! With a thought from Lu Ming, a supreme saint battle sword flew towards the sword light of the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Dang! The battle sword vibrated and was knocked back. However, it managed to block the other party's sword. Lu Ming is cunning and treacherous. There is no need to talk about rules with him. Let's attack together. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan shouted and attacked as well. The aura of the boundless saint weapons gathered and sent out a vast sword light towards Lu Ming's throat. This was a rare opportunity in the world of the lotus flower. They could use this opportunity to kill Lu Ming. If they left the world of the lotus flower, it would be difficult to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, if they sent out an expert, the Great Pill Development Palace's Uncle Kong would probably make a move. Uncle Kong would not be able to say anything if Xiao Chun was killed while searching for treasures in the world of the lotus flower. If you want to work together, just say it. Why do you need to make it sound so dignified? Lu Ming smiled coldly and punched. The image of the hell-suppressing steel appeared and flew towards the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Dong. The hell-suppressing steel image trembled with the might of suppressing the heavens. It struck the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan's saint weapons, causing the quasi-emperor's saint weapons to tremble and retreat several steps. Kill. A roar rang out. The two quasi-emperor-level huge wolves of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda also attacked. They howled crazily, their roars shaking the heavens as they launched a horrifying attack at Lu Ming. Following that, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Purple Extreme sect, and the Wind race attacked at the same time. 9 quasi-emperors attacked at the same time. Their auras were startling, as if they could blow up the world. The boundless pressure forced the surrounding spectators to retreat continuously. The people of the Profound Spirit Nation and the 9 nations of the Blue Sea frantically retreated. That pressure was too strong. If they were too close, they would probably explode from the pressure. Is this the strength of a sage emperor? The moment they attack, they have the power to shock the heavens. How horrifying! Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Then, they looked at the figure surrounded by the many quasi-emperors. In the face of so many attacks, could he still block them all? Good timing! Lu Ming roared. His forehead lit up, and the great pill derivation cauldron appeared. It rapidly enlarged and shot backward. At the same time, he circulated the primal chaos tribulation finger, and jabbed 5 fingers forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 huge fingers were like the fingers of a deity. They tore through the air, and attacked the 5 quasi-emperor experts. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions rang out as the 5 primal chaos tribulation fingers exploded. However, they managed to block the other party's attacks. Behind, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron also blocked the attacks of the other 4 quasi-emperors. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron trembled and flew back above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled, and his complexion paled somewhat. Although Xiao Chen's combat prowess was strong, he could defeat any one of the 9 quasi-emperors. He could even kill them. However, when 9 quasi-emperors attacked together, Xiao Chen's strength was insufficient. After all, the other party had 9 quasi-emperors. With 9 quasi-emperors working together, Xiao Chen was no match for them. His body trembled, and his qi and blood surged. However, when the others saw this scene, they felt nothing but shock. How can this be? The Profound Spirit Nation's people and Xian Chuan could not help goggling, filled with disbelief. Chapter 1955. Lu Ming. Ruan Tianjiao and the others from the Bright Flame country clenched their fists. They didn't know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they didn't know why. Maybe it had something to do with Lu Ming representing the Bright Flame country? In their memories, the Sage Emperor was a high and mighty figure who looked down on the world. He was the pinnacle of the 10,000 Seas realm. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against 9 of them. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is really heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 Seas realm, but there were also people from the outside world. Many of them were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Not only the spectators, but even the Hung family quasi-emperor and the others who were fighting were very shocked. Lu Ming could actually stop them. Kill! The Hung family quasi-emperor shouted, and was the first to attack again. He used a special technique and rushed toward Lu Ming. Then, the other quasi-emperors also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the Wan family quasi-emperor, and charged toward him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand and 9 huge prison-suppressing monument phantoms appeared and suppressed the others. Lu Ming continued to charge toward the Hung family quasi-emperor. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming attacked with all his strength and blasted out a Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Chaotic Calamity Finger blasted out and destroyed the Hung family quasi-emperor's attack. The Hung family quasi-emperor was blasted back rapidly and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The attacks of the other 8 quasi-emperors collided with the prison-suppressing monument phantoms formed by Lu Ming. The 9 prison-suppressing monument phantoms were destroyed and the remaining power surged toward Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming used this power to rush toward the Hung family quasi-emperor faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and sucked the Hung family quasi-emperor in. The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan was shocked. He struggled frantically and at the same time shouted, "Come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 experts attacked at the same time. The sun, the gale, the giant wolf, etc., charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it. With a thought, several hundred sacred weapons gathered to form a giant shield behind him. As for himself, he thrust out a finger and attacked the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Boom. The attacks of the 8 quasi-emperors landed on the shields made of hundreds of sacred weapons. The shields exploded with a loud bang. Some of the sacred weapons and great sacred weapons also exploded, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. Only a dozen absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of over 200 saint weapons were destroyed just like that. This was definitely a great loss. But it was all worth it. This also bought time for Lu Ming. Under the guidance of the primal chaos tribulation, the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan nearly exploded, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Given that, how could he resist the pull of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace? The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan struggled frantically. However, he was still swallowed up by the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. Clang! Lu Ming closed the furnace lid and drove the furnace flame to refine the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Boom! Boom! The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan frantically attacked the furnace, trying to charge out. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, controlling the Great Pill Derivation Furnace, how could an ordinary quasi-emperor like him charge out? Attack! Save the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan! The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow race roared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other quasi-emperors also launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Great Pill Derivation Furnace to block. Although he was at a disadvantage, the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan could forget about severely injuring him within a short time. Lord Sage Emperor, this person is lawless. Now is the best time to attack and kill him. Xian Chuan sent a voice projection to the 3 sage emperors of the Time God Island. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island exchanged glances and saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had killed several experts of the Time God Island on the Time God Island. He had to pay the price. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Time God Island be? The 3 of them nodded and stepped out at the same time. A mysterious aura spread out from their bodies. Everyone was shocked. The sage emperors of the Time God Island were also about to make a move. Lu Ming. Wan Tianjia was worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island were to join forces, Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. Boom. 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 The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying rays of divine light shot toward Lu Ming. There was actually a trace of the power of time among them. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and prepared to block with all his might. However, at this moment, the space rippled and a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island. Bubble. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubble had entered the 10,000 Seas realm with him. Unexpectedly, Bubble had also come to the Time God Island. Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and muttered, "So many people are attacking Big Brother Lu Ming alone. In that case, I will attack you all as well." Chirp. Chirp. As Bubble muttered, its hands did not stop moving. With a wave of its hand, another transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Wan clan, and the others. Kill. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Earlier, he had lost so many sage weapons. In that case, he would get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Time God Island struggled frantically, trying to break free from the Time God Island. However, given Bubble's current cultivation, how could the Time God Island break free from the Time God Island so easily? Lu Ming raised the Great Pill Derivation Furnace and smashed it at the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Dong! The The Great Pill derivation furnace ruthlessly smashed into the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan's skull nearly split open. Chop! Lu Ming grabbed a holy weapon battle saber beside him and slashed it down. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan was directly split in half. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Heavens! The people of the 10,000 Seas realm, who were watching the battle, were shocked. This quasi-emperor of the Sage Emperor level was killed just like that. The Sage Emperor was the peak of the 10,000 Seas realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that invincible Sage Emperors could also die. Many people sighed, including the quasi-emperor of the Great Pill derivation furnace. There were already 2 quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had killed 2 Sage Emperors. Who exactly was this young man? Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the 10,000 Seas realm cultivators. At this moment, the others had already broken free from the Time God Island and gathered together. Their eyes were incomparably grave. Time God Island. It's the Time God Island. The Sage Emperor of the Time God Island shouted excitedly. Their Time God Island also contained a trace of Time God Island's power. However, compared to Bubble, they were far inferior. Since you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent became even stronger. He stepped into the air and headed toward the remaining quasi-emperors. Since they wanted to kill him, then he would slaughter them all. The remaining quasi-emperors had incomparably grave expressions. Chapter 1956. If it was a head-on clash, they would not be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too mysterious. They were very useful in trapping the enemy. With the space-time laws trapping the enemy, Lu Ming would be the main attacker. When they worked together, their lethality was shocking. At this moment, a few more people came from afar. Their bodies were surrounded by the river of laws. More quasi-emperors came from the temporal divine island. They gathered together with the previous 3 quasi-emperors. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to break out. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious energy. That area was completely distorted. It was as though space-time was changing. One could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the quasi-emperors of the temporal divine island saw this old man, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, sacred master." "Greetings, sacred master." The expressions of the other people of the temporal divine island changed drastically as they bowed. "Sacred master?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this sacred master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors of the temporal divine island were respectful to him. The sacred master nodded slightly. Then he looked at Lu Ming and revealed a kind smile. Then he looked at the other quasi-emperors and said, "Everyone is a powerful expert. If we fight here, it will cause great damage to the temporal divine island. Can you give this old man some face and stop the battle temporarily?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The quasi-emperors of the other forces looked at him with flickering eyes. However, they did not say anything. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan had increased their combat strength, they were not confident in winning even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people of the temporal divine island withdrew, they would be even less confident. Reporting to the sacred master, this person killed several elders of the temporal divine island. We cannot let him go. Xianchuan was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the sacred master, wanting to borrow the strength of the temporal divine island to kill Lu Ming. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The sacred master looked at Xianchuan and his voice turned cold. Xianchuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately knelt down and shouted with a pale face, "I dare not. I dare not. Please forgive me, sacred master." The sacred master ignored Xianchuan. He continued to look at Lu Ming and the others. "If you all stop the battle, this old man." The sage sovereign's words stunned the people of the 10,000 Seas realm. These experts. In the 10,000 Seas realm, many people knew that the 10,000 Seas realm was connected to the other 8 realms. However, only saint emperors could come and go. It was said that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. When martial arts were developed to the extreme, there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever verified it. Now the sage master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Maybe it was true. Otherwise, why would so many strong cultivators suddenly appear on the Time Divine Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming is from beyond the heavens. Only beyond the heavens can give birth to a heaven's pride like Lu Ming. While Nguyen Tianjiao was shocked, various thoughts flashed through his mind. The people of the 9 nations of the sea and the profound spirit nation were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming, for the sake of the holy teacher, I'll spare your life today, said a giant wolf from the Skywolf Pagoda. Spare my life? Haha, come, let's continue fighting. Let's see if you can take my life. Lu Ming's eyes emitted killing intent as he stared intently at the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's giant wolf. This caused the huge wolf from the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda to have an unsightly expression. He was only trying to win with words. If they really fought, they didn't have the confidence to win. Saint Sovereign smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, why don't we drop the matter for now? After you go to the Divine Mountain of Time and leave the Divine Island of Time, you can fight however you want. I won't interfere. Then let's give the holy teacher some face and spare their lives first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they really fought, although he wasn't afraid, if the people from the Divine Island of Time were added into the mix, he probably wouldn't have the upper hand. More importantly, the holy teacher gave him an unfathomable feeling. The expressions of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's giant wolf and the others were ugly, but they didn't refute. All right, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of the 10,000 Seas realm will stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy, the holy teacher said coldly. The people from the profound spirit nation had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the holy teacher's words. So many of their people had died, so they could only admit that they were unlucky. Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the Divine Mountain of Time, then follow me. The holy teacher's voice spread in all directions. After saying that, he flew towards the depths of the Divine Island of Time. Lu Ming smiled and followed the holy teacher. The giant wolf from the Sky Wolf Pagoda, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Wind race followed behind with gloomy faces. In the sky, figures streaked across the void. They were all experts from the outside world. They followed the holy teacher to the Divine Island of Time. So many people? The people from the 10,000 Seas realm were shocked. There were so many people from beyond the heavens, and each of them was a terrifying expert. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the Divine Island of Time. In front of them was a mountain that towered into the clouds. This mountain looked dead silent. At a glance, there were only bare rocks. Everyone's eyes narrowed. They saw withered bones in different parts of the mountain. They were almost decaying. Why were there so many withered bones on this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. Everyone, this is the Divine Mountain of Time. The entire mountain is dead silent, and there are only a few plants. The holy teacher introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain. They were sparse and very rare. These plants have the power of time. If a cultivator consumes them, their lifespan will increase. The holy teacher continued. What? It can increase one's lifespan? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial emperor expert's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of the world, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial emperor realm had limited lifespan. A sage realm expert could live for more than 100,000 years. However, they could not live for more than 200,000 years. It was the same for boundary emperors. They were also within this range. This time, there were many ancient boundary emperors who came in. They were very old, and many of them were about to reach the end of their lifespan. Plants that could increase their lifespan were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there is a small tree at the peak of the Divine Mountain of Time. That is the Divine Tree of Time. If a cultivator consumes it, their lifespan will be doubled, the holy teacher added. Doubled lifespan. This time, the majority of the people revealed fiery greed. What did it mean to double one's lifespan? Some boundary emperors were about to reach the end of their lifespan. However, if their lifespan was doubled, they might be able to step into the martial emperor realm and obtain immortality. They would have an endless lifespan. Chapter 1957. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light sacred mountain. However, the few people who rushed at the front suddenly screamed in pain. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and screamed in horror. Their old and shriveled bodies became even more shriveled. Their essence seemed to have been devoured in an instant. Then their hair fell off, their clothes decayed, and their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons. There was no aura on their bodies. Some people at the back had a drastic change of expression and retreated frantically. However, after retreating, each of them seemed to have aged a lot. In just a few breaths, each of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking at the front, the few people who flew at the front had turned into skeletons. What's going on? What's going on? My lifespan is about to run out. An old man whose hair was about to fall off roared. I haven't finished speaking yet. You guys are too anxious. The divine mountain of time is filled with the power of time. Any living being who goes up will be deprived of time. In the divine mountain of time, time passes faster. The sage master said indifferently. Time is passing faster. Damn it. Those who rushed forward roared. This time, they suffered a great loss. Those who were slower and did not go forward secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and some other young people did not go forward just now. They were still young. Things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp chirp. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubbles chirped, staring at the small tree on the divine mountain of time. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Yes, chirp chirp. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse, and that small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it was useful to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming thought secretly. Can't we go up the divine mountain of time? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not that we can't go up at all. Follow me. After the sacred master finished speaking, he flew towards the side of the sacred mountain of time. Not long after, the sage master stopped. He pointed at the divine mountain of time and said, There is a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to the lowest. At that time, you can pass through this canyon. And at the end of this canyon, there is an altar. As long as that altar is broken, the power of time in the entire sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. At that time, there will be a chance to set foot on the mountain peak and obtain the sacred tree of time. Then why don't you people from the Time Shrine Island go up? Someone raised a question and looked at the sage master with doubt. The others were the same. Some of them had a cold glint in their eyes. If there was any falsehood in the Saint Sovereign's words, or if there was some conspiracy, then they would be in danger. Many boundary emperors and saints had lived for a long time, and were very calculative. Naturally, they would not easily trust the sage master. Because we are not strong enough. The sage master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They could not refute the sage master's words. The cultivation level of the Infinite Seas realm was naturally incomparable to that of the Yuanlu. The difference was too great. The strongest people on the Time Shrine Island were boundary emperors. Moreover, there were not many of them. It was normal that they could not do it. How much longer will it take for the power of time in this canyon to weaken? Someone asked. There is still half a month. The sage master said. All right, then I will wait here. Someone sat cross-legged. Some people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Some people also looked around the divine light shrine mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward and walked toward the divine mountain of time. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. It seemed that someone could not hold back and wanted to try it himself. However, that person was very cautious. He walked step by step very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. That person was a boundary emperor. His body was surrounded by a river of laws. Sacred power enveloped his entire body, as he tried his best to resist the power of time in the outside world. Then step by step, he walked toward the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time in the divine mountain of time was stronger the closer one was to the peak of the mountain. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time in the periphery. As long as one could resist the power of time, one would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan, and were invaluable. Immediately, many people stepped forward and slowly walked toward the divine mountain of time. Ah! However, not long after, someone shouted that he could not hold on anymore. That person's skin was slowly drying up. That person was so frightened that his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. The person who tried it first did not manage to reach the nearest plant. He could not resist the erosion of the power of time, and retreated in defeat. Following that, the others did the same. Even with their emperor weapons, they could not resist the power of time. One by one they retreated. None of them obtained a plant. Big brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Maybe I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp chirp. At that moment Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to see how strong the power of time in the divine mountain of time was. Bang, bang. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the divine mountain of time. Many people looked at Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the son of chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious power acted on his body. That was the power of time. It was very similar to the power on Bubbles' body. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It was as if it wanted to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive Lu Ming of his time and lifespan. Boom. Lu Ming unleashed his aura. Sacred power surrounded his body and the law of chaos spread out, blocking the power of time in the outside world. The power of time corresponded to the power of time. It was only an extremely powerful law of kings. It could not be compared to Bubbles' space-time law. And naturally, it could not be compared to the law of chaos. Therefore, when the law of chaos appeared, the power of time in the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to step forward, step by step, toward a plant. He did not walk very fast, but step by step, he walked with determination. The deeper he went, the stronger the power of time. However, Lu Ming still blocked it in the end. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder, and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Soon Lu Ming approached the first plant. As expected of the son of chaos, he can control the law of chaos and even block the power of time. Chapter 1958. Someone exclaimed. The distance that Lu Ming had crossed was even further than the person who had walked the furthest before. The Skywolf Pagoda's giant wolf, the Golden Crow race quasi-emperor, and the others snorted coldly, somewhat displeased. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the nearest plant. This was a stalk of purple grass with a purple flower growing from it. It emitted a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then he uprooted the purple flower and put it into the mountain river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were rare. Every time they appeared, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming continued forward and walked towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming plucked 6 plants. Almost all the plants in the periphery were plucked by Lu Ming. Only by continuing to go deeper could he pick more plants. Lu Ming continued to walk, but as he went deeper and deeper, the power of time became stronger and stronger. The law of primal chaos that filled his body also trembled violently. Although the law of primal chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation was still low. Although the quality was higher, the quantity was not enough. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the law of primal chaos still could not resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the power of time in the outside world lighten. It was Bubble who had made a move. Her law of space-time contained time and space. No law could compare to her resistance to the power of time. Lu Ming felt the pressure lessen, and immediately quickened his pace. Soon he was almost halfway up the mountain. The law of spacetime, good. When the sage master saw this scene, his eyes emitted a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the look in the sage master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had plucked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubble's law of spacetime, he could no longer move forward. Ahead of them, the power of time was too terrifying. If they continued forward, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Helpless, they could only stop there. Lu Ming simply sat down cross-legged, borrowing the power of time to temper his laws of primal chaos. As for Bubble, she was also carefully sensing the power of time in the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would come out and buy some longevity plants from Lu Ming. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer. He'll come out sooner or later. Many people gathered around Lu Ming. They wanted to wait for Lu Ming to come out so that they could trade with him. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming and Bubbles finally couldn't hold on any longer. They got up and left the sacred mountain of time. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much are the plants in the sacred mountain of time? Sell me a few. The price is negotiable. I also want a few, just name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hand. There were very few treasures that could increase one's lifespan. He wanted to keep them so that when he returned to the divine wilderness in the future, many people would be able to use them. His parents and some others were not talented enough, so it was impossible for them to cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day, their lifespan would be exhausted and these plants would be useful. Not selling? Immediately some old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a certainty that you'll break through to the martial emperor realm in the future. There's no use in keeping these plants that can increase one's lifespan. That's right, I want 2. How about selling 2 to me? I want 1. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need them for myself, so seniors, I'm sorry, please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Humph, Lu Ming, you have no use for them, yet you refuse to sell them to these seniors. You should be punished. That's right. There are so many plants, yet you want to monopolize them all. Aren't you going overboard? Some of the seniors here are nearing the end of their lifespan. Are you going to leave them to die? Not far away, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, the Golden Crow Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others all sneered. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. Indeed, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light as they said, Lu Ming, you should give up some. Monopolizing them is too much. There are so many of us here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others all revealed cold smiles. You're going to fight if I'm not selling? Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and the atmosphere turned tense. Everyone, time is almost up. If you want to fight, wait until you leave the time-sacred island. The sacred master spoke as he stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming. At the same time, the time-sacred island's experts also arrived beside Lu Ming, vaguely intending to protect Lu Ming. This surprised Lu Ming. This sacred master seemed to not want anything to happen to him. The old men's expressions also turned unsightly. Lu Ming and Bubbles working together was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the people of the time-sacred island had joined in, even if they fought, they were not confident. Little brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell some plants to me after we leave. Some of the old men did not choose to fight in the end, and withdrew from the encirclement. Subsequently, others withdrew as well. In the end, the remaining people knew that they could not do anything, and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others' expressions turn ugly. They were originally hoping that Lu Ming would clash with those old men. Lu Ming glanced coldly at the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The sacred master's eyes lit up as he said. However, for a moment no one stepped forward. They all hoped that someone else would take the lead. The sacred master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the Light God Island's quasi-emperors immediately flew up and rushed into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. After rushing into the canyon, they were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming also rushed into the canyon with the crowd. The power of time has indeed weakened by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Everyone was very fast and soon passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of the canyon, everyone's speed finally slowed down. Because from here onwards, the power of time gradually became stronger. Everyone continued forward. After advancing for a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally could not resist and retreated from the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They quickly passed through and slowly approached the end of the canyon. Chapter 1959. This is the altar. There are 3 altars in the entire sacred mountain of time. As long as one of them is destroyed, the power of time in the sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. If all 3 are destroyed, the sacred mountain of time will be free to pass through. The sacred sovereign said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bang! Bang! Everyone continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, more than 10 people arrived in front of the altar. The others couldn't resist and retreated. I'll destroy it. A burly man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe struck the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying power of time rushed out and rushed into the burly man's body. The burly man's body instantly shriveled, and some white hair appeared on his head of black hair. Damn it, my lifespan! The burly man roared. In that instant, he seemed to have been deprived of tens of thousands of years of his lifespan. This made him furious. This altar has such a strong power of time. How do we break it? Someone glared at the sacred sovereign. If you want to get it, you have to pay a price. As long as you attack it for a while, you will be able to destroy the altar. The sacred sovereign said. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be deprived. Even if I get a treasure that can increase my lifespan, what's the use? The loss outweighs the gain. Someone shook his head and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' space-time law, he threw a punch at the altar. The altar rumbled violently and shook nonstop. A powerful power of time rushed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the primal chaos law and Bubbles' space-time law, so he successfully blocked the power of time. He blocked it. The eyes of the sacred sovereign and the others lit up. Boom. Boom. Afterward, Lu Ming's fists bombarded the altar continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force bombarded the altar. The altar kept shaking, and a strong power of time rushed out. If it was an ordinary boundary emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to block it, and would turn into bones under the power of time. However, they were all blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. Gotcha! When Lu Ming punched out dozens of times, the altar issued a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes shone brightly. After a few more punches, there was a resounding boom, and the altar burst apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. At this moment, the power of time in the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people could no longer hold back and rushed towards the divine mountain of time, rushing towards those plants. The power of time in the divine mountain of time had weakened, and many people were able to rush out for a long distance. Lu Ming and Bubble rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same, rushing to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming and the other 2 altars in the other 2 directions, destroy them together. The Sage Master's eyes emitted a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. We'll talk about it later. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he rushed towards the summit of the sacred mountain. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart. He then shouted, Lu Ming, the other 2 altars are not destroyed. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Destroy the other 2 altars first. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the Sage Master. He vaguely felt that the Sage Master had an ulterior motive for asking them to destroy the altars. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. Destroying one altar was enough. Why would Lu Ming be so stupid as to destroy the other 2 altars? Damn it, go and destroy the other 2 altars. The Sage Master gave an order to the experts of the Divine Island of Time. Those people's expressions changed, but they had no choice but to obey the Sage Master's order. They rushed towards the other 2 altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He plucked the plants he encountered along the way. Oh no, Lu Ming is about to reach the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him. Immediately, one by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards the top of the mountain. However, although the power of time on the divine mountain of time was greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the top of the mountain. The quasi-emperor's speed became slower and slower. They couldn't keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they couldn't even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded their limits. We will stop him from below. Even if he obtains the divine tree of time, he will still come down. That's right, we will wait for him below. Several voices sounded in succession. They were the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, Zhuan Du of the Golden Crow tribe, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had reached their limits. These people deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the Feng tribe quasi-emperors and the others. Then he sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Then he suddenly turned around and pounced towards the Feng tribe quasi-emperors and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of time and space. His speed was extremely astonishing. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom at an even faster speed. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Time acceleration! Bubbles exclaimed. A power of the laws of time and space shrouded the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. There was already a terrifying power of time here. In addition to Bubbles' time acceleration, the Feng tribe quasi-emperors suddenly felt that their lifespan was being stripped away and their essence was rapidly depleting. Kill! A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he charged towards the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Feng tribe is an ancient tribe. The Feng tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, in the next moment, the battle sword slashed down and his body was split into 2. This person was really ridiculous. Previously, he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now that he was facing Lu Ming's counterattack, he used the Feng tribe to threaten Lu Ming. Swoosh! After Lu Ming killed the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, he did not stop and charged towards another giant wolf of the Sky Wolf Pagoda. He was exactly the same as the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Here, they needed to use all their strength to resist the power of time. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and Bubbles? They could not fight back at all, and were killed by Lu Ming's sword one by one. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally put them away. Not good retreat. The expressions of the remaining giant wolf, the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors, the Purple Extreme sect quasi-emperors, and the others changed drastically. They were simply scared out of their wits and frantically rushed down the sacred mountain of time. However, Lu Ming was even faster. His figure flashed and he appeared before the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors. No. The Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, when the battle sword descended, this person was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards the Purple Extreme sect quasi-emperors and killed them. After killing several people in a row, Shaochen ended up wasting time. At this moment, another giant wolf had already rushed down the sacred mountain of time. Without the power of time, it would not be that easy to kill it. That giant wolf fled down the sacred mountain of time. It was so frightened that its entire body trembled. It did not dare to stay any longer. With a roar, it actually soared into the sky and left this place. Chapter 1960. The other quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming was too ruthless. His thunderous attack killed 4 quasi-emperors in an instant, sending chills down their spines. This was the divine mountain of time. They were no match for Lu Ming at all. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the divine mountain of time. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time were attacking the other two ancient altars. However, they could not block the power of time coming from the altars. Several quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time died to the power of time. The others retreated one after another, not daring to continue attacking. Damn it! The sacred master roared in his heart. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Ming actually did not listen to him, and went to destroy the other two altars. If not for special reasons that prevented him from making a move, he would have made a move himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming could already clearly see the divine tree of time at the top of the mountain. The divine tree of time was only 1 meter tall. Its emerald green leaves gave off a sparkling light. 2 milky white fruits hung on its branches. I want it. I want it. Chirp chirp. Bubbles stared at the small tree. Her eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. However, the closer they got to the top of the mountain, the stronger the power of time. When they got close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles both felt a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt that the essence in his body was slowly draining away. His smooth skin also slowly became dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. Continue, Lu Ming shouted. His primal chaos law was circulated to the extreme, overlapping with Bubble's spacetime law to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Taiji disk array. A Taiji diagram formed above the two's heads. Then, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace also appeared. It floated above the two's heads and scattered a light screen. With this, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued forward, getting closer and closer to the small tree. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Soon he was only 50 meters away from the tree. The power of time here was shockingly strong. If they hadn't destroyed one of the altars, they definitely wouldn't have been able to reach here. You can't reach the peak, you can't reach the peak. The Sage Master muttered. He really hoped that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to come down and destroy one of the other two altars. Only then would Lu Ming be able to obtain the God Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed. Bubble spat out a crystal that emitted terrifying space-time fluctuations, resisting the power of time. They continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters. They continued to approach the Tree of Time. Finally, they arrived at the Tree of Time. Fruit. Bubbles' eyes lit up as it swallowed one of the milky white fruits with a look of enjoyment on its face. Then Bubble grabbed the small tree with both hands, pulled it out and swallowed it. Damn it! Seeing Lu Ming and the others uprooting the divine tree of time, the Sage Master's face turned gloomy. Let's go! Lu Ming whispered and rushed down the mountain with Bubble. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was very easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming's speed was like lightning, and he soon rushed halfway up the mountain. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. Lu Ming, now that you have obtained the divine tree of time, go and destroy the other two altars. The Sage Master said. Since you have already obtained the divine tree of time, why do you still want to destroy the other two altars? Isn't it unnecessary? Lu Ming asked. The Sage Master's face was gloomy as he said, destroying those two altars is useful to me. If you help me, I will definitely reward you greatly. No need. I will leave this world soon. I am not interested in your reward. Get out of the way. Lu Ming said loudly, wanting to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Attack. The Sage Master shouted. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. His body actually twisted violently and turned into a battle sword, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine ability. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared, and suppressed the Sage Master. Boom! The Sage Master was sent flying. He shouted angrily, "Damn the prison-suppressing monument!" At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to tremble violently. Soul attack. This Sage Master is not a physical body. Lu Ming's heart trembled. From the move just now, Lu Ming discovered that the Sage Master was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a battle sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spiritual body would not dissipate after such a long time. Moreover, the Sage Master seemed to be very afraid of his prison-suppressing monument. In Lu Ming's impression, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed divine race would be afraid of the prison-suppressing monument. Could it be that the Sage Master was a demonic creature or an evil spirit? He increasingly felt that the Sage Master did not have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining 2 altars. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the other quasi-emperors of the Time God Island also arrived and attacked Lu Ming. However, when Bubble pressed his hands, the void seemed to be frozen. The bodies of the Time God Island's experts stiffened. Lu Ming rushed past them and rushed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has obtained the divine tree of time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double and even have the effect of breaking through the bottleneck. Are you going to let him get it just like that? The Sage Master roared, his voice spreading throughout the place. Many of the quasi-emperors who came from outside stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Lu Ming, stop first. Let's make a deal. One by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards Lu Ming. Powerful auras burst out, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of quasi-emperors. When they joined forces, it was too terrifying. Even if Lu Ming and Bubble joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, the other party's sacred energy was densely packed in the void. Even Bubble's space-time ability could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other 2 altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people of the Time God Island to attack. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Bubble, use the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble immediately opened the space-time tunnel, and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him. The Sage Master roared. He and the experts of the Time God Island attacked the space-time tunnel with all their might. At the same time, the quasi-emperors who came from outside also launched their attacks at Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed through, causing the space to tremble violently. Ferocious cracks appeared. Chapter 1961. The space-time tunnel exploded and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles managed to escape through the space-time tunnel, and escaped from the encirclement of the quasi-emperors. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped into the distance. He planned to go to the 9 nations of the sea to take Ruan Tianjiao and the others away. Damn it, damn it. None of you can leave. None of you can leave. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and screamed crazily. Boom. As the Sage Master screamed, the sacred mountain of time rumbled violently and shook violently. Break. 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 The Sage Master roared and his body emitted endless black light. The sacred mountain of time continued to emit explosive sounds as it continued to explode. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the entire sacred mountain of time cracked open from the middle. Clang. Clang. Everyone could hear the sound of iron chains colliding coming from the sacred mountain of time. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the sacred mountain of time. This figure was in the shape of a human, but it was incomparably huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. His limbs and neck were chained by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the Sage Master turned into a ray of black light and entered the huge black figure. Break! The black figure roared, and its voice was actually the same as the Sage Master's. Clang! Clang! The iron chains shook and the sacred mountain of time shook violently. Even the entire sacred island of time shook violently. A terrifying power of time rushed out from the huge black figure and spread in all directions. Ah! Help! Some of the absolute saints were hit by the power of time and let out miserable screams. In the next moment, their bodies shriveled and turned into skeletons. Even some of the quasi-emperors were the same. Not good. Run. Run. The remaining quasi-emperors' faces changed drastically, and they fled frantically. Die. All of you must die. That gigantic shadow roared as it struggled violently. An even stronger power of time gushed out like a tidal wave. No. Some quasi-emperors were struck by the power of time. They let out roars of discontent and turned into withered bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles raised their speed to the maximum and rushed towards Ruan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized many things. He finally understood why the sacred master wanted him to destroy those altars. The reason for that was because the sacred master was the enormous figure in the sacred mountain of time. He was the soul energy that had been split off from that enormous figure. It was obvious that the enormous figure was sealed here. As for the 3 altars, they were the key to sealing it. The sage sovereign wanted Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars in order to release him. As Lu Ming had destroyed one of the altars, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the divine mountain and reveal itself. However, there were still 2 altars, and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment, Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise, if that giant figure appeared, they would all be in danger. The sacred master really had a good plan. Legend had it that the Divine Light Island was built by the sacred master. Every 3 years, he would recruit a group of powerful sky prides to enter the Divine Light Island to cultivate. Lu Ming suspected that the sacred master had built the Divine Light Island, gathered the sky prides, and nurtured them. His goal was to wait for them to become strong enough to destroy the altars. However, ordinary boundary emperors wouldn't be able to do that. This time, Lu Ming and the others had come to help the sacred master. Boom. Boom. The fluctuations from the sacred mountain of time became more and more intense. The terrifying power of time continued to burst out and spread in all directions, covering a wider area. If this continued, the entire Divine Light Island would probably be enveloped. Bubbles, use the space-time tunnel, Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded and waved his hands. A space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the space-time tunnel and appeared at the residence of Ruan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, the tremors from the sacred mountain of time had alarmed them. Many figures gathered together and looked in the direction of the sacred mountain of time in puzzlement. Lu Ming's sudden appearance beside Ruan Tianjiao gave them a fright. Lu Ming, what's going on? Ruan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time. I'll bring you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain river diagram. A ray of light enveloped Ruan Tianjiao and the others and kept them in the mountain river diagram. Hurry up and run for your lives. Lu Ming roared at the others. Then he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Light Island. The others couldn't care less. They reminded them that whether they could escape with their lives depended on their luck. Those people were a little stunned. They didn't know what had happened. This person must have offended the sacred master and is being hunted down. It wasn't easy for us to come to the Divine Light Island. How can we leave just because of a sentence from him? The people from Mysterious Spirit Nation snorted. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. How could they believe Lu Ming's words? The people from the other nations also nodded. They agreed with the people from Mysterious Spirit Nation. They thought that Lu Ming must have offended the sacred master and was running for his life. However, in the depths of the Divine Light Island, the rumbling sounds continued and became more and more intense. Then, they saw streaks of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Light Island at an astonishing speed. Those were all quasi-emperors from outside. Some of them had seen the opportunity and escaped to the Divine Light Island. It seems that something unusual has really happened. Some people's faces turned pale. In the next moment, miserable screams came from the depths of the Divine Light Island. Many figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, an invisible wave spread out. Those people's figures were fixed in the air. Then their bodies shriveled as if they had been deprived of their time. The old ones directly decayed. The young ones also aged in an instant. Then they decayed and turned into bones. Run! These people were finally afraid. They rushed out crazily. However, before they could fly far, the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies stiffened in the air, and then they rapidly aged, turning into withered bones that fell to the ground. Even the withered bones began to decay, turning into dust. At this moment, the bubble opened the space-time tunnel again. The two of them rushed out of the Divine Light Island and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Roar. In the Divine Light Island, a terrifying roar that was filled with anger and unwillingness rang out. Then Lu Ming saw a beam of rainbow light dashing out of the Time Island in a panic, disappearing into the distance at lightning speed. It was a few quasi-emperors. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed. Then he flew into the distance and watched from afar. After that, a few more roars of unwillingness rang out from the Divine Light Island. Then it fell silent. It seemed that the huge figure didn't escape. Chapter 1962. What is that figure in the sacred mountain of time? Why is it so terrifying? Lu Ming frowned. That huge figure gave off a terrifying feeling. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be suppressed here by the heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very possible. This world was originally suppressed by the heavenly emperor mountain. It only appeared when the two great emperors fought and the mountain exploded. It was most likely a powerful existence suppressed by the heavenly emperor. Then Lu Ming shook his head and turned into a rainbow light, leaving this place. Such a powerful existence was not something he could interfere with. There was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming went in the direction of the 9 nations. After a few days, he brought Ruan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Bright Flame Country. Tianjiao, I'm leaving. In the palace of the Bright Flame Country, Ruan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect this day to come so soon. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Bright Flame Country. Ruan Tianjiao sighed in her heart. She composed herself and asked with a smile on her face, "Where are you going? To the outer heavens?" Lu Ming shook his head and said, "Do you know if there are other worlds besides the Infinite Seas realm?" Ruan Tianjiao pondered for a moment and said, "There are legends. It is said that there are a total of 9 worlds similar to the Infinite Seas realm. They are all connected and only sacred emperors can travel between them." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Ruan Tianjiao was talking about the Lotus World. The Lotus World had 9 petals and 9 worlds. Do you know where the passageway is? Lu Ming continued to ask. Legend has it that in the far west of the Infinite Seas realm, there is a void passageway that leads to other worlds. Ruan Tianjiao said. In the far west. Lu Ming nodded. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Ruan Tianjiao and said, "Tianjiao, there are some sacred elixirs, sacred weapons, battle formations and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Bright Fire Country." Ruan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression, then took the storage ring and said, "Lu Ming, take care." "Take care, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Lu Ming cupped his fists and shot up into the sky, disappearing from Ruan Tianjiao's sight. "After parting today, I don't know if we'll meet again in this life." A long sigh could be heard. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, he flew toward the extreme west of the Myriad Seas realm. Lu Ming flitted past the endless sea and numerous islands beneath him. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he went all out, how terrifying would that be? It was much faster than the 20x breaking sky shuttle. Several days later, the sea became more and more desolate. The islands could no longer be seen, only the endless sea. Another 2 days later, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of nowhere in the sky, splitting the sky in half. That was the endless turbulence of the void. Lu Ming approached, and a powerful force hit him. That was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed to pieces by this power of the void. But for Lu Ming, it did not affect him much. "Chirp chirp," Bubble yelled out. With a single shift of its body, it dashed into the turbulent void like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. "Tsk tsk tsk." The turbulence of the void rushed toward Lu Ming from all directions, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos throughout his body to resist the cutting force of the void. The law of primal chaos vibrated slightly. If an ordinary absolute saint were to come here, they would not be able to resist it after a long time. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming and Bubble continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge whirlpool floating in the void. This whirlpool was like a black hole, deep, mysterious, and terrifying. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying tearing force of the whirlpool. Lu Ming looked serious. It seemed that the turbulence of the void was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black whirlpool was very scary. If one accidentally entered, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, this whirlpool was constantly moving. Lu Ming continued forward. Every once in a while, he would find a pitch-black whirlpool. The turbulence of the void here was very long. Lu Ming and the others still had not passed through after a day. Big brother Lu Ming, Bubble is going to cultivate. Bubble seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming, "Go ahead." Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and then sat cross-legged in the turbulence of the void. The power of the turbulence of the void acted on Bubble and passed through it. It was as if Bubble did not belong to this space-time. Lu Ming stood not far from Bubble, surrounded by the law of primal chaos. While Bubble was cultivating, he could also use the power of the void to refine the law of primal chaos. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubble's body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly, it became more and more dazzling. This is space-time light. Lu Ming's eyes widened and then he was overjoyed. As long as one cultivated a powerful law, it was possible to cultivate a kind of law of light. For example, the stellar river had cultivated the eternal light. Lu Ming remembered the power of stellar river's eternal light very well. Eternal light not only had terrifying attack power, but also a strong defensive ability. It could be used to attack and defend, and could greatly increase one's combat power. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate this kind of law of light. Theoretically speaking, the 10 supreme laws, as well as many other monarch laws, had a chance of cultivating the light of laws. But in reality, the number of people who could cultivate it was extremely small. The Elysian children who had comprehended the 10 strongest laws had a higher chance of cultivating eternal light, but it was not 100%. For example, Stellar River had only cultivated eternal light after reaching the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. And back then, Deathblade had not cultivated eternal light. Lu Ming also did not cultivate chaotic light. As for the monarch laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate eternal light. Only very few monarch bodies could cultivate it. Once cultivated, one's combat power would skyrocket, and he would be able to suppress the prodigies of the same level. Now that Bubble had cultivated eternal light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubble had swallowed a fruit of the divine tree of time. And combined with the void turbulence here, it had comprehended something and cultivated eternal light. At this moment, the eternal light disappeared. Bubble had finished cultivating and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubble's cultivation was still at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, but his combat power was probably stronger than before. Now, even if Lu Ming attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Bubble. Chapter 1963. In the void turbulence, Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the dark vortex. After moving forward for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. Many figures appeared in front of him. At first glance, there were about a dozen people, but the void turbulence blocked his vision. Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the other party. Obviously, the other party had also noticed him. The other party paused for a moment and continued to move forward. Soon, the figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen people, he saw Luo Pokong and another familiar figure, Feng Wuchen of the Feng clan. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first. His opponent's eyes lit up and emitted a cold murderous intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's you. Don't let him go. Surround him." Whoosh! Whoosh! Beside Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen, figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming. Quasi-emperors were all experts of the quasi-emperor realm. Obviously, those who could step into the void turbulence were quasi-emperors. unless they had emperor weapons like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen. These were obviously the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Feng clan. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence will be your burial place. Luo Pokong laughed wildly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times. He wished he could kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying, and there were too many geniuses around him. Back then, even Luo Tsangqiong was defeated by Lu Ming. Even Xinghe could not kill Lu Ming. In the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, he had no chance at all. But here, beside him and Feng Wuchen, there were more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to win against more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly moved, striking first to gain the upper hand. Together with Bubble, he rushed to the right. Bubble waved her hand, and two transparent bubbles enveloped the two quasi-emperors in front. Then Lu Ming jabbed out two fingers, and the primal chaos tribulation finger exploded, bombarding the two quasi-emperors. Although the two boundary emperors tried their best to block, they were still severely injured. Their bodies flew out like cannonballs, and their bodies almost exploded. The two quasi-emperors were sent flying, and a hole appeared in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to move forward. But at this time, a figure caught up to Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed towards Lu Ming. The iron fist punched out and the turbulent void was dispersed, revealing a vacuum passageway. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. At the critical moment, Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and punched out. Boom. The two fists collided, and Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surging towards him. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he couldn't help but retreat. This person is very strong. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. This man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far surpassing that of other quasi-emperors. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a superior heaven spiritual body. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Of course, there were strong and weak quasi-emperors. Generally, Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with an earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if one broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with a heaven spiritual body, their combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. And this man in front of him had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm with a superior heaven spiritual body. Such a person was already a top genius when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than a king body, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom. This man stepped out again and charged towards Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved his hands and endless void turbulence surged towards this person. However, this person's combat strength was indeed shocking. His fists constantly punched out, and his iron fists were like mountains, breaking the void turbulence one by one. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go from the other side. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The two of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this time, the other quasi-emperors also attacked Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying super skills drove the void turbulence and flooded towards Lu Ming and the others. The light of spacetime appeared on Bubble's body. He waved his hands and the spacetime turbulence rolled back and blasted towards the opponents. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed towards a quasi-emperor. With a press of his hands, 9 prison-suppressing steels appeared and suppressed this person. This person roared and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Then endless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand, and used the power of sealing to seal this person. Meanwhile, his right hand pointed out with all his strength. A chaotic tribulation finger blasted towards this person. Kill. At this time, the others, including the quasi-emperor with the superior heavenly spiritual body, also attacked Lu Ming and the others. Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Chirp chirp. Bubble charged out, and her small mouth pouted continuously. 10 odd transparent bubbles appeared, and encased the 10 odd quasi-emperors in them. The quasi-emperors froze at the same time, and burst out with power to attack the transparent bubbles. And that burly man's combat strength was indeed shocking. He blasted out a few punches in succession and shattered the transparent bubbles. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That quasi-emperor was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then, the chaotic tribulation finger descended, and this quasi-emperor screamed miserably as half of his body exploded. Swish! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Taiji disc flew out from his forehead and two yin-yang fish swords shot out and slashed down, killing this person. Damn it, a bunch of trash! Luo Pokong roared in the distance. 10 odd quasi-emperors besieged Lu Ming and the other quasi-emperors. To think that one of them was killed by Lu Ming. This was a disgrace. Use the emperor weapon to block this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me. That burly middle-aged man roared. I'll do it. A quasi-emperor of the wind race waved his hand, and a small pagoda appeared. Then it rapidly enlarged like a mountain. Boundless strong winds howled as it enveloped Bubble like a cage. At the same time, that burly middle-aged man charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. His punches were horrifying. Every punch made the void tremble violently. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times in succession. However, after the chaotic tribulation finger clashed with the other party, it crumbled. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Bubble dodged left and right, dodging that huge pagoda. However, the other party had too many quasi-emperors. 10 odd quasi-emperors locked onto all directions and continuously attacked. They used a barbaric and direct method to block Bubble's retreat. There were even 2 quasi-emperors who took out their emperor weapons to block Bubble's retreat. For a time, Bubble was trapped and could not help Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming controlled the Taiji disc to suppress the burly middle-aged man. At the same time, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace appeared and rapidly enlarged, smashing towards the other party. I also have an emperor weapon. Chapter 1964. Clang. The Taichi Array disc was sent flying back. Then, the giant hammer landed on the Great Pill Development Cauldron. The cauldron trembled and was sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming. The middle-aged man shouted. 2 quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming to help him. With the help of 2 quasi-emperors, the middle-aged man became even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house as it smashed towards Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming blocked the attack with the Great Pill Development Cauldron, but the cauldron kept retreating. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge black vortex was slowly moving towards him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're dead meat. The middle-aged man was ecstatic. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming dead. At this moment, a black vortex moved towards Lu Ming, leaving him with no way to retreat. Chirp chirp. Bubble cried out, wanting to help. However, there were 3 emperor weapons blocking off the 3 directions. The other quasi-emperors continued to attack. Although Bubble's spacetime laws were profound, the other party's barbaric method of disrupting the void made it difficult for Bubble to help. Bubble could only protect itself. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This person was Luo Tsangqiong. In fact, Luo Tsangqiong was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he was cultivating alone in the void earlier, so Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over, but he did not expect to see Lu Ming. He hid behind the black vortex and used the law of deprivation to form the divine seal of deprivation, constantly depriving the void of energy. The more time passed, the more energy was deprived, and the stronger the power of the divine seal of deprivation would be. By now, the divine seal of deprivation had already deprived a huge amount of energy, and its power had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Tsangqiong was shocked. Lu Ming, I'll send you to hell with this move. Luo Tsangqiong's eyes flashed ferociously. When he saw Lu Ming being suppressed by the middle-aged man and the 2 quasi-emperors, an opening appeared. Without hesitation, Luo Tsangqiong's figure flickered, and the divine seal of deprivation flew towards Lu Ming to suppress him. Luo Tsangqiong. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the divine seal of deprivation was too shocking. Even the middle-aged man's attack. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to resist the attacks of the middle-aged burly man and the other 2 quasi-emperors. He did not expect that Luo Zhangqiang would suddenly appear behind the vortex. It was too late to dodge. Qiuyu had first entered the Yellowstone world. After exploring a few ruins in this world, she also came to the border of the Yellowstone world. She entered the chaotic streams of space, wanting to explore another world. She cultivated and walked in the void turbulence. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent roar in front of her. Autumn Moon withdrew her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw Luo Zhangqiang suddenly attack Lu Ming. At this moment, Qiuyu did not hesitate and pounced forward. "Young master, be careful." A clear and crisp voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then he saw a white figure dashing from one side toward the divine seal of deprivation at high speed. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he heard a loud roar. Autumn Moon's body flew towards Lu Ming. Blood was red in the air, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. Autumn Moon. At this moment Lu Ming hollered. His eyes were red. Luo Zhangqiang's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Autumn Moon would not be able to block it. Lu Ming roared and controlled the great defying cauldron with all his strength to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two quasi-emperors. He then moved and caught Autumn Moon's body. At this moment Autumn Moon's face was pale. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth and her aura was extremely weak. She was like a weak candle that would be extinguished at any time. "Autumn Moon, it's you. How is it possible?" Luo Zhangqiang roared in disbelief. Why would Qiuyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Zhangqiang had been chasing after Autumn Moon. Seeing this scene, he could not help but stop. "Autumn Moon, why are you so stupid? Why did you block it for me?" Lu Ming hugged Autumn Moon and his heart was trembling. With his cultivation and physical strength, even if he took a hit, he would at most be seriously injured and might not die. However, it was different for Autumn Moon. Young master, I said that I will always be by your side." Autumn Moon spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and poured his saint power into Autumn Moon's body to protect Autumn Moon's heart. But it was useless. Autumn Moon's aura was getting weaker and her eyes slowly closed. "Lu Ming, leave Autumn Moon to me. Even if she dies, she is still mine," Luo Zhangqiang said coldly. Luo Zhangqiang. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Zhangqiang. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was filled with cold killing intent. He was like a demon from hell. "I will definitely kill you and Dao Yuo Heaven Sect. Sooner or later, I will flatten it." Lu Ming's cold and ruthless voice came out from his mouth. Being stared at by Lu Ming's cold eyes, Luo Zhangqiang felt a chill down his spine. He shouted, "If you still want to kill me, I will let you all die here today and become a pair of lovebirds." Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Luo Zhangqiang's body, and an imperial weapon emerged. Luo Zhangqiang was the grandson of the Great Emperor. The imperial weapon that he carried was given by the Great Emperor, and was extremely terrifying. "Let's attack together and kill them," Luo Zhangqiang roared. The imperial weapon carried a terrifying aura and blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man also attacked. The giant hammer broke through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. "Luo Zhangqiang, I will definitely kill you in the future," Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the great elixir development furnace did not protect him. Instead, it blasted toward Bubbles. As for himself, he took the Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation plate and the chaotic stone to block in front of him. He quickly retreated and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom. Boom. The Tai Chi formation plate was blasted back by the middle-aged man. As for the chaotic stone, it was hit by Luo Zhangqiang's imperial weapon and flew toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming flew directly into the black vortex. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the vortex and disappeared. On the other side, the great elixir development furnace smashed down and blasted away the imperial weapon that was surrounding Bubbles. Bubbles moved and rushed out of the encirclement in an instant. He also rushed into the black vortex. Stop that elixir furnace. Chapter 1965. Damn it! Luo Sangqiong roared, his killing intent chilling. Humph, Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex. Luo Pokong stepped into the air and sneered. That's right, he's dead for sure. The other quasi-emperors smiled as well. There was a terrifying destructive force in this black vortex that frightened them. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. Not necessarily. Luo Sangqiong's face was cold as he said. Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's someone who knows the law of space with him, so he might not die. These words shook the hearts of the others. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying, and there was someone who knew the law of space. Even if he entered the black vortex, he might not be in danger. In that case, it was Lu Ming who entered on his own accord. Everyone's face turned ugly, but they were not confident that they would chase after him. After all, it was dangerous and unpredictable. Humph, Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, I'll kill him sooner or later. Luo Sangqiong snorted. They did not leave but stayed to guard the place to prevent Lu Ming from coming out. Their guess was right. Lu Ming did enter the black vortex on his own accord. It was not that he did not dare to fight, as he still had a trump card if he fought with his life on the line. However, he was worried about Qiu Yu's safety. Qiu Yu's injuries were too serious, and she needed to be treated quickly, or she would be in danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the black vortex, a terrifying destructive force surged toward him from all directions. Lu Ming activated his saint power and at the same time, he controlled the law of chaos to cover his body to resist. Sizzle! The cutting force constantly hit Lu Ming's body, causing the law of chaos to tremble as if it was about to collapse. This cutting force is really amazing. Lu Ming activated the law of chaos with all his might to resist. At the same time, a void storm in the black vortex pushed Lu Ming into the distance aimlessly. Whoosh! Not long after, with a flash of light, Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubble was in control of spacetime, and had cultivated the spacetime light. The void storm couldn't do anything to her. The bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and set up the laws of space and time around the two of them, blocking the void storm outside. Whoosh! In the next moment, the great pill derivation furnace also flew over, and was put away by Lu Ming. Autumn moon. Lu Ming was thinking about the autumn moon. With a thought, the autumn moon came out of the mountain river diagram. At this moment, Qiu Autumn Moon was unconscious and his breathing was weak. Luo Sangqiong's attack had been too powerful. He had hidden to the side and used the law of deprivation to absorb the energy of the outside world, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. He had originally planned to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. In her haste, Autumn Moon only wanted to block that attack for Lu Ming, but her injuries were too severe. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth, wishing he could turn Luo Sangqiong into ashes. Autumn Moon, I will not let anything happen to you. Lu Ming whispered and took out a healing elixir. He melted the elixir with his saint power, and melted it into Autumn Moon's body. However, Autumn Moon's injuries still did not improve. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. Bubble opened her mouth, and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had 2 milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one, and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martial artist's lifespan, increasing one's lifespan was actually increasing one's vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained a powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Autumn Moon. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and used his saint power to refine it into Autumn Moon's body. Sure enough, the fruit of the divine tree of time contained infinite vitality, and seeped into Autumn Moon's limbs and bones. The surface injuries on Autumn Moon's body were quickly recovering, and Autumn Moon's aura also stabilized. However, she did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that Sister Autumn Moon's injuries are too severe. Just the fruit of the divine tree of time alone can't wake her up. Bubble said after looking at Autumn Moon carefully. Lu Ming circulated his saint power, and circulated it through Autumn Moon's body. After a while he sighed. Although Autumn Moon's vitality had stabilized, it was indeed easier said than done to wake her up as Bubble had said. Lu Ming caressed Autumn Moon's face, and wiped away the blood stains on the corner of Autumn Moon's mouth. He said softly, Autumn moon, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let Luo Tsangqiang and Daoyuo heaven sect off. Toward the end, Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and there was a burst of cold murderous intent. This time it was too dangerous. Fortunately, there was the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. If something happened to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Autumn Moon was still the same as before. She didn't talk much and didn't ask for much. She just silently guarded Lu Ming, and was willing to give up everything for Lu Ming, including her life. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's little hand, and recalled the scenes of their childhood in the sea. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Autumn Moon back into the mountain river diagram, and placed her under the tree of enlightenment, hoping that it would help Autumn Moon. At this time, Lu Ming looked around. They were still in the chaotic void storm. Bubble shrouded the surroundings with the law of time and space and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how should we get out? Lu Ming asked. In terms of space, Bubble was naturally better. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't break through the space by force. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space, and then rush out in one fell swoop. Bubble explained. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing the surroundings, looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubble's power became weaker and weaker. If this continued, when Bubble's power was exhausted, they would also be in danger. I don't know where we are floating to, Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to float in the void like this. It would be fine if they floated to other worlds, but if they floated to the eternal void, they would die if they didn't have the cultivation of a martial emperor. Brother Lu Ming, I've got it. Look there. Bubble suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over, and saw some fluctuations in the void there. Let's attack with all our strength and break out, chirp chirp. Bubble shouted. She controlled the law of time and space and changed direction, flying toward the place where the fluctuations were coming from. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed with a finger. Now Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Calamity Finger had reached 94%. When he pointed with all his strength, the power was very shocking. At the same time, Bubble also cooperated with Lu Ming to attack the void. Boom. The void shook violently. Then with a hiss, a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over with Bubble. After rushing through the crack, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a cave. Roar. A loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. There was also a blazing aura. Chapter 1966. Lu Ming looked around and found a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with its eyes wide open. In front of him was the middle-aged man who was also looking at Lu Ming in surprise. The man and the giant lizard both emitted powerful auras. They were both quasi-emperors. Lu Ming understood from the traces at the scene. The fight between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused spatial fluctuations and weakened the space. They just happened to notice it and attacked with all their strength. With their cooperation, they broke through the space and appeared here. Roar. At this moment, the giant lizard roared, treating Lu Ming as the middle-aged man's ally. It took a step forward and its body emitted blazing flames. It spat out a fireball from its mouth and blasted it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared, and destroyed the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground, and the cave rumbled as it pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws pierced through the air like divine knives. At the same time, it bit at Lu Ming with its big fangs. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He was already full of anger, and the giant lizard attacked him as soon as it appeared. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom. Boom. His saint energy surged as Lu Ming punched out a few times and collided with the giant lizard. Although this giant lizard had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision, and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high into the air, and landed a punch on the head of the giant lizard. The giant lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground and let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail was like an iron whip and lashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the tail of the giant lizard and swung it up, throwing it out of the cave. Swoosh. The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar. It was at this moment that a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar didn't come from the lizard, but rather, it seemed to come from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that it caused Lu Ming's eardrums to vibrate. It was as if there was a supreme demon there. Then Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar. Its body quickly fell down, as if attracted by some force. Roar. Roar. Following that, the roar continued to shake heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves reverberated throughout the area. The middle-aged man's face was grave as he pulled away from Lu Ming, not daring to step out. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Then where is this?" Lu Ming asked again. "Myriad Beast Realm," the middle-aged man said. He then sized up Lu Ming and said, "You should be the son of chaos from Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, right?" Oh. These words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. It seemed that this should be one of the 9 worlds of the Lotus World. They hadn't left too far away. At this time, the roar outside stopped. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask again, the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed him to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes couldn't help but widen. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in was like the crater of a volcano, or a huge cave that led to the underground. And his position was on one side of the wall of the cave. Looking around, the walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. And in the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that connected to each other. The cave kept going down. He didn't know how deep it was. It was pitch black below. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged burly man leaping onto a stone bridge and dashing into a cave diagonally opposite, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming looked again and found that there were indeed figures flashing in some of the caves. Could this place be a relic of the Myriad Beast Realm? And many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming thought. He saw figures flashing out of some of the caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on those stone bridges and waited carefully for a while. Then they jumped onto a stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar. At this moment, another shocking roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by the roar, a terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave, as if it was going to devour everything. Ah! A horrified scream sounded. Lu Ming saw a Saint Realm powerhouse. He happened to be in the air, and didn't land on the stone bridge. He was directly swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even a Saint Realm powerhouse couldn't resist it. It was the same for the giant lizard from before. It was also swallowed by that force. However, Lu Ming found that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It seemed that the stone bridge could resist that force. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. This place is full of danger, Lu Ming muttered. He looked around and found that there was no other exit in this cave. If he wanted to go out, he could only go through the cave in front of him. Let's rest here for now. Bubble, you should recover first, Lu Ming said to Bubble. Bubble had used the space-time laws to resist the void storm, and had consumed a lot of energy. It was a good opportunity to recover and rest here. Okay, big brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and sacred herbs to recover. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and swallowed origin stones to recover. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition was restored to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart moved and the Chaos Stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Chaos Stone to block the attack of Luo Zhangqiong's Emperor weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard a faint sound. It seemed to be the sound of the Chaos Stone cracking. Lu Ming took it out and looked at it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Chaos Stone. The Chaos Stone is indestructible, but it cracked. Luo Zhangqiong's Emperor weapon is really powerful, Lu Ming thought. Then he thought that since the Chaos Stone had cracked, he might as well break it open to take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming used all the strength in his body to grab the Chaos Stone and break it open. Crack. The Chaos Stone cracked even louder, and the crack became even bigger. I can break it open. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack on the chaos stone, it would not have been possible to break it open. Lu Ming continued to use force. A moment later, the chaos stone was completely broken into two. Ding! Ding! Among the chaos stones, two small crystals fell to the ground. These are chaos crystals. Chapter 1967. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised when he opened the chaos gem, and two chaos crystals fell out. This was because chaos crystals were formed by the condensation of chaos chi. Back when this chaos gem was auctioned, the auctioneer said that there was no chaos chi in it, which was why the price was so low. However, no one expected that it was not that there was no chaos chi in the chaos gem, but that all the chaos chi had condensed into chaos crystals. Chaos crystals were almost fused with the chaos gem. Therefore, if one did not break open the chaos gem, it would be impossible to discover them. He had made a huge killing. Lu Ming checked carefully, and confirmed that there were only two chaos crystals in the chaos gem. Lu Ming immediately controlled the primal chaos law to envelop the two chaos crystals. Buzz! Buzz! When the primal chaos law enveloped the chaos crystals, the two chaos crystals trembled slightly and floated in the air along with the primal chaos law. Following that, the two chaos crystals melted like ice and turned into liquid. Finally, they turned into two streams of air. Chaos chi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then he had refined a stream of chaos chi into his body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these two streams of air were also chaos chi. Then I'll refine two more. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With a thought, he controlled the primal chaos law and guided the chaos chi into his body. Lu Ming's body had already refined a stream of chaos chi. It was very compatible with the chaos chi, and there was no difficulty in refining it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bubbles had long recovered and stayed at the cave entrance to protect Lu Ming. Over the past few days, terrifying roars could be heard from the depths of the cave from time to time. It was even accompanied by the sound of metal chains colliding. It was as though a supreme great demon was chained below, and was struggling to break free. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all of this. He focused on refining the chaos chi. In 3 days, the two streams of chaos chi had been completely refined into Lu Ming's body. They seeped into his muscles, bones, blood, and permeated every inch of his body. The toughness of Lu Ming's physical body had been greatly enhanced. It was much more powerful. His body seemed to have a layer of hazy light. With a thought, he became as heavy as a mountain, indestructible and indestructible. Wang. At that moment, his body seemed to resonate with the law of primal chaos. When a martial artist reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, he would be able to form a vessel of laws. The laws would be highly compatible with his body, and his body would contain the laws, causing the strength of his physical body to skyrocket. At that moment, the law of primal chaos was constantly pouring into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was numb, as though a terrifying power was about to be born. Wang. Not long after, a halo of light emerged from Lu Ming's body. Light of chaos, chirp chirp. At the side, Bubble blinked her big eyes and revealed a happy expression. Lu Ming had refined 2 more strands of chaotic energy. Adding on the previous strand of chaotic energy, he now had a total of 3 strands of chaotic energy. His spirit body had been greatly strengthened, and he had also taken advantage of this opportunity to resonate with the laws of primal chaos, allowing him to refine chaotic light. The light of primal chaos was faint at first, but as time passed, the color of the light of primal chaos became darker and darker. In the end, it turned into a beam of light that surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and retracted the light of primal chaos into his body. The strength of my body has increased by another level. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and his eyes flashed. He had not expected that the stone of primal chaos that he had bought unintentionally would allow him to refine the light of primal chaos. What a great opportunity! If not for the 2 strands of chaotic energy, he did not know when he would be able to refine the light of primal chaos. This time, although his cultivation base did not increase, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar resounded outside the cave. Gusts of wind whistled out from the depths of the cave. Clang clang clang. At the same time, The sound of metal chains colliding could be heard. Lu Ming's face froze. He could not help but think of the Time Island. On the Time Island, a huge living being was sealed and chained. It was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The sound of metal chains could also be heard here. Could it be that there was a supreme expert sealed under the cave like the Time Island? The roar lasted for a while before it stopped. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. They saw figures leaping out of the cave and onto the stone bridges. With the help of the stone bridges, they went down. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a roar from the bottom of the cave. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and shot up into the sky. Below the cave, there were people fighting. Lu Ming could not help but circulate his saint power to his eyes. Suddenly, his vision was greatly enhanced and he looked down into the cave. This way, the scenery below the cave suddenly became clear. Below the cave, there was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. Around the platform, there were 4 stone bridges that connected to the walls of the cave. At that moment, there was a group of people fighting on the platform. Huang Ling Longchen. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Huang Ling, Longchen, and a few elders, who were boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect, were surrounded by a group of people. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this group of people was from the Hung family. This was because they used the Eternal Spring Law. At that moment, Huang Ling, Longchen, and the others were in danger. They were surrounded by the other party. The other party had more people, and they were all boundary emperors. There were as many as 6 of them. On the other hand, Huang Ling and the others only had 3 boundary emperors. Huang Ling and Longchen's combat strength was still inferior to boundary emperors. Let's kill these 3 old guys first, and leave the 2 young ones behind. These 2 people have a close relationship with Lu Ming. Leave them behind and let Lu Ming exchange the sword of the Celestial Varch for them. One of the people from the Hung family said coldly. Their attacks were even more violent. They attacked the 3 boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect. As for Huang Ling and Longchen, they only needed to hold them back. Poof. A burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had his dantian pierced by the sword of a boundary emperor from the Hung family. The elder roared angrily and fought back with all his might. He threw a palm strike at the other party. However, the other party quickly retreated after being stabbed. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had only lightly injured him before he died. Longchen, you must charge out. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect roared angrily. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he stopped breathing. Damn it! Longchen roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Haha, I want to charge out. Dream on. A boundary emperor from the Hung family laughed coldly. He strode forward and a terrifying attack enveloped Huang Ling. He wanted to take her down in one fell swoop. At that moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body suddenly stiffened. Then a prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and slammed into his body. Chapter 1968. A hell-suppressing steel image descended from the sky and tore a quasi-emperor of the Hung clan into pieces. Then, a young man landed in front of Huang Ling and Longchen. Of course, this figure was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw Huang Ling and Longchen being surrounded by the quasi-emperors of the Hung clan, he used the stone bridge to rush over. Lu Ming! Huang Ling and Longchen rejoiced when they saw Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The quasi-emperors of the Hung clan changed their expressions. Hung clan kill. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent surging out like the tide. Haha, you want to kill us? Lu Ming, you came at the right time. We can finish you off and take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. That's right. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. The quasi-emperors of the Hung clan revealed cold smiles and joy. This time, the Hung clan had 2 missions in the Lotus Flower world. The first was to explore the remnants left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. The second was to kill Lu Ming and take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. They originally wanted to find Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming delivered himself to their doorstep. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. They have a very strong person. Let's charge out together. Huang Ling sent a voice projection to Lu Ming. Very strong. I want to give it a try. The sharpness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. He had just refined 2 strands of primal chaos qi, and refined the primal chaos light. His strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to see how strong he was. You guys keep an eye on that little girl who controls the space-time laws. Leave Lu Ming to me. A burly quasi-emperor of the Hung clan stepped forward towards Lu Ming. Another quasi-emperor of the Hung clan locked his aura on Bubble. Let's Bubble lend a hand. Boom. The burly quasi-emperor of the Hung clan punched at Lu Ming. The instant he punched, the river of laws wrapped around his fist, making the might of this punch even more astonishing. If this punch struck anyone below quasi-emperor, they would be crushed to bits. However, Lu Ming was no ordinary cultivator. Boom. Lu Ming also punched out, using the hell-suppressing heaven art. This punch didn't have the image of the hell-suppressing steel. Instead, it contained the power of the hell-suppressing steel in his fist. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with his opponent's. Gotcha. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The fist of the Hung clan's burly quasi-emperor directly exploded. His entire person was pushed back by a horrifying force. How can he be so strong? The burly quasi-emperor of the Hung clan roared in disbelief. In that punch just now, he felt that Lu Ming's fist was filled with terrifying power. It was simply invincible. Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after that person. He threw out another punch. This punch caused the space to tremble. The expression of the Hung clan's burly quasi-emperor changed dramatically as he frantically retreated. Let me. Among the quasi-emperors of the Hung clan, a skinny middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and punched out, exchanging blows with Lu Ming. Boom. There was a horrifying vibration. Both Lu Ming and his opponent's body shook at the same time as they retreated a few steps. A quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Previously, when he met the people of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Feng clan in the Void Turbulence, one of them was a quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body. He was so powerful that Lu Ming was completely suppressed. This skinny middle-aged man was also such a person. His combat strength far surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. You have some strength. Come again. The skinny quasi-emperor was called Hung Shi. When he was young, he was also a genius of the Hung clan. At this moment, he stepped forward and a battle sword appeared in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed toward Lu Ming. This was an emperor weapon. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the great elixir evolution furnace flew out. Lu Ming grabbed one of the legs of the great elixir evolution furnace and swung it toward his opponent. Boom. Boom. There were a few consecutive explosions as the two collided. It was difficult to determine the winner. This shocked the quasi-emperors of the Hung clan and the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the Great Sacred Realm. His combat strength was too shocking. He was actually able to fight a quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body. Hung Shi was also shocked in his heart. Kill. He roared and circulated his strength to the extreme. His battle sword was like a rainbow as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Thousands of sword chi tore through the air to kill. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light spread out from Lu Ming's body. As soon as the ray of light appeared, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. The great elixir evolution furnace was like a giant hammer that constantly smashed toward his opponent. Boom. Boom. After 2 consecutive moves, Hung Shi's body shook, and he took a few steps back. Light of chaos. Hung Shi roared. Once a son of chaos refined the light of chaos, his combat strength would increase greatly. In the past, among the sons of chaos in the Yuan Mountain, only Hung Xinghe had refined the light of law. Now Lu Ming had also refined it. Lu Ming swung the great amplification cauldron. His attacks were extremely violent as he continuously bombarded the other party. In the process of attacking, Lu Ming suddenly pointed out a chaos calamity finger. Boom. Hung Shi was pushed back by the chaos calamity finger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat. Hung Shi suddenly let out a loud roar and retreated. He already knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Bubbles, attack. Attack together. Lu Ming shouted. Beep beep. bubble pouted and spat out transparent bubbles that enveloped the 5 quasi-emperors of the Hung clan. Boom! Lu Ming raised the great elixir evolution furnace and smashed it toward one of the quasi-emperors. Lu Ming's strength had an overwhelming advantage against ordinary quasi-emperors, not to mention that he had Bubbles' help. Without any suspense, that quasi-emperor was killed by Lu Ming in one move. At the same time, Huangling, Longchen, and the 2 quasi-emperors of the Phoenix Palace attacked the 2 quasi-emperors of the Hung clan and injured them. Boom! Lu Ming raised the great elixir evolution furnace and smashed it again, killing another quasi-emperor. Since Lu Ming's arrival, 3 out of the 6 quasi-emperors of the Hung clan had been killed. There were only 3 left. One of them was Hung Shi, and the other 2 were injured by Huangling Bang. At this moment, Hung Shi unleashed his full strength and pierced through the transparent bubbles. He did not dare to stay any longer. He took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky and rushed to a stone bridge above. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to give chase. Roar! Another terrifying roar came from below the cave. A terrifying suction force erupted from below, causing Lu Ming's expression to change, and he stopped chasing. Hung Shi rejoiced. The heavens were helping him. When the roar stopped, Hung Shi continued to rush up at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several stone bridges and turned into a beam of light, flying out of the cave. Lu Ming, let us go. A loud roar came. The Hung clan still had 2 quasi-emperors left. At this moment, they were trapped by Bubbles' space-time laws. One of them shouted, "Let you go? Why are you so naive?" Even Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Chapter 1969. Lu Ming, now that Hung Shi has escaped, the fact that you killed our Hung clan's quasi-emperor will definitely be exposed. The Hung clan will not let you off. If you let us go now, your sins will be reduced. A quasi-emperor from the Hung clan spoke, his voice filled with faint arrogance. Reduce my sins? Why are you so ridiculous? Lu Ming was speechless. Isn't this Hung clan's member too self-righteous? Moreover, the Hung clan has never considered letting me off. It would be a waste not to kill your Hung clan's member. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then a battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash he killed a quasi-emperor. The remaining quasi-emperor's face changed drastically, and there was no trace of blood. Their Hung clan was a great emperor faction with a great emperor overseeing it. In the entire Yuan Mountain, they were one of the top factions. Usually there were almost no factions that dared to go against the Hung clan. There were also not many factions that did not fear the Hung clan. He thought that since Hung Shi had escaped, Lu Ming would most likely have some scruples. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. No, please spare me. The Hung clan's quasi-emperor was afraid and started to beg for mercy. Haha, is this the pride of the Hung clan? Is this the pride of a great emperor faction? When your threat failed, you immediately beg for mercy. How ridiculous. Lu Ming laughed mockingly. The Hung clan's quasi-emperor's face was extremely ugly. However, in the face of life and death, everything was meaningless. He continued, Lu Ming, as long as you let me off, I will do anything you want. No need. I don't feel at ease leaving someone like you alive. Kill. Lu Ming was very decisive. With a slash of his sword, he killed the quasi-emperor. Since one quasi-emperor had escaped, so be it. He and the Hung clan could not be reconciled in the first place. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Ming, you have actually refined the light of primal chaos. Huangling and Longchen walked over. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they were. Lu Ming nodded and looked around. They weren't the only ones nearby. There were others who were looking at Lu Ming with serious expressions. The battle prowess that Lu Ming had just displayed had left them aghast. Lu Ming looked around and realized that they were currently on a platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. There were stairs on all sides that led to the palace. At that moment, many people were climbing the flight of stairs toward the palace. However, as long as someone stepped onto the stairs, there would be raging flames on the stairs, blocking their path. Even a quasi-emperor would find it hard to climb the steps. Lu Ming, this is the core of the ruins. I don't know if there are any treasures in the palace. We can't fly up, so we can only go up the stairs. However, there are terrifying formations on the stairs that block the way, Huang Ling explained. The core of the ruins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the core of the time-sacred island, the divine light sacred mountain, they had obtained many plants that could increase one's lifespan. They had also obtained the divine tree of time. It was because of the divine tree of time that Bubble could break through and cultivate the light of space-time. Autumn Moon's injuries were also temporarily stabilized because of the divine tree of time. It was clear how precious the divine tree of time was. Then what was in the core of this place? Let's go up, Lu Ming said. He took the lead and walked up a flight of stairs. Bubble followed closely behind Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen. The two quasi-emperors of the Phoenix Palace also walked up the stairs. The moment they stepped onto the stairs, a terrifying flame energy rushed toward them. However, the flames at the beginning did not pose a problem for them. They easily walked up the stairs. Halfway up, the flames became stronger. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The flames on the stairs seemed to have different might depending on one's cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the might of the flames. Just like the quasi-emperors, the flames that they faced were much stronger than the quasi-emperors. Therefore, when they were halfway up, the quasi-emperors found it difficult to move forward. If they continued, they felt that they would be burned to ashes by the flames. However, Lu Ming, Bubble, Huang Ling, and Long Chen were still able to move forward easily. They did not stop and continued to walk up. A moment later, they stepped onto the stairs. There are so many doors? Huang Ling muttered. The reason for that was because there were a total of 9 doors scattered around the palace. Of the 9 doors, 3 of them were closed, and 6 of them were open. At this moment, their eyes moved. They saw a young man rushing into one of the doors. As soon as he entered, the door closed. It's Wei Tiandao. The quasi-emperor's heart skipped a beat. They all knew that young man. He was Wei Tiandao, who was ranked 4th on the King's Sage Board. However, when the King's Sage Board was rearranged, Wei Tiandao was pushed to the 8th place. It seems that someone has also entered the 3 closed doors, Long Chen said. There might be opportunities in these doors. Let's each choose one, Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll choose according to our feelings. Huang Ling nodded. The 4 of them flew forward and each chose a door. Lu Ming walked to the door on the far right. He realized that this door seemed to have a special attraction to him. It could make his Array Dao Law restless. After Bubble, Huang Ling, and Long Chen each stepped into a door, Lu Ming also stepped in. After entering this door, the door closed. Lu Ming looked carefully. This was a stone room. The stone room was empty and very spacious. However, as soon as Lu Ming entered, he was attracted by the walls of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were engraved with dense runes. It was extremely mysterious. These are Array Dao runes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He cultivated the Array Dao Law. At a glance, he could tell that these were Array Dao runes. They were extremely mysterious. These runes seemed to form a secret technique. Lu Ming looked for a while, and came to a conclusion. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. At this moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, the runes on the walls seemed to come alive. They combined with each other, and turned into countless possibilities. It was mysterious and unfathomable. He sat there for 3 days. In 3 days, Lu Ming engraved all the runes on the 4 walls in his heart. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao. These are actually 2 of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the Destruction Scroll and the Illusory Spirit Scroll. Lu Ming was surprised. Back then, when he obtained the status of a gold inheritor in the Hunyuan sex assessment, he shamelessly asked for one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the Sealing Scroll. At that time, the old man in the Hunyuan sect told Lu Ming that the 9 scrolls of Array Dao was a supreme secret technique for cultivating the Array Dao Law. However, it had long been lost. He did not expect to encounter the other 2 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao here. The power of the Sealing Scroll was very long and mysterious. During a battle, using the Sealing Scroll could greatly affect the opponent's combat strength. As for the Destruction Scroll, it could use runes to form the power of destruction. Its power was astonishing. Chapter 1970. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and began to comprehend the scriptures. There was no sense of time in cultivation. A month passed while Lu Ming was in the process of comprehending. Lu Ming already had the foundation of one of the 9 scrolls of the art of formations, the sealing scroll. He was able to comprehend the other 2 scrolls fairly quickly. Lu Ming realized that the sealing scroll, destruction scroll, and illusionary spirit scroll of the 9 scrolls of the art of formations could be combined with one another, allowing him to comprehend the rules of the art of formations rapidly. Initially, his mastery of the rules of formations had already reached 80%. In just a month, he had comprehended the 3 scrolls at the same time, allowing him to improve his mastery of the rules of formations at a terrifying rate. It had increased from 80% to 90% in just a month. The rules of formations were the rules of the emperor. How magical! If the 9 scrolls of the art of formations are cultivated to a higher level, they can be combined to produce even more shocking power, as expected of the supreme secret art of formations. Lu Ming exclaimed, "It's been a month, time to go out. Since I've already memorized them, I can slowly comprehend them in the future." Lu Ming rose to his feet and headed for the door. Strangely, the door opened on its own when Lu Ming arrived at the door. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed again. It closed? Could it be that only one person can enter a door, and the people behind can't enter? Lu Ming was astounded. Lu Ming! Brother Lu Ming! At this moment, several voices rang out. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles all walked over. "You've already come out?" Lu Ming asked curiously. His eyes glittered as he glanced at Huang Ling and Long Chen. "Your cultivation has improved?" He discovered that Huang Ling and Long Chen's cultivation had both improved to the peak utmost sacred realm. However, Bubbles' cultivation was still in the greater success stage of the utmost sacred realm. He wondered what kind of fortunate encounter she had encountered. "We've found a fortunate encounter in the secret chamber, allowing us to improve our cultivation. However, the secret chamber can only be used once. It will close soon," Huang Ling said. Lu Ming's gaze swept over. Sure enough, he discovered that the 9 doors were all shut. It was obvious that someone had already entered. "Lu Ming, what did you get?" Huang Ling asked curiously. "A secret technique," Lu Ming said. He then looked at Bubbles and asked, "Bubbles, what did you get?" "It's a treasure. As for what it is, I won't tell you." "Chirp chirp," Bubbles said mysteriously. "You little brat." Lu Ming smiled. "Let's leave this place," Lu Ming said. Below the cave, roars could be heard from time to time. It was very terrifying. Who knew if that powerful existence would cause any commotion? It was better to leave first. Huang Ling and the others nodded. When the roaring stopped, they soared into the air and stepped onto the stone bridge above. Then they found the right opportunity and kept going up. Not long after, they rushed out of the cave. In this area, there were other people who saw Lu Ming and the others coming out of the stone room. Their eyes were filled with greed, but no one dared to make a move. Lu Ming and the others were definitely powerful. "By the way, were you in this world when you first came in?" Lu Ming asked after coming out of the cave. "Yes, we have been exploring the 10,000 beast realm. Unfortunately, we didn't gain much." Long Chen nodded. "Do you know where the entrance to the next world is?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, we have asked around. We originally planned to explore other worlds after we finished exploring," Huang Ling said. "All right, then let's go to the next world," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the group flew in a direction. The 10,000 beast realm was completely different from the 10,000 sea realm. The 10,000 sea realm was a vast ocean, while the 10,000 beast realm was a barren mountain. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the 2 quasi-emperors from the Phoenix Palace flew all the way. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the 10,000 beast realm. There was also a void turbulence here. Huang Ling and Long Chen both took out their emperor weapons to resist the void turbulence. The group stepped into the void turbulence. Along the way, they also met others who were rushing to the 10,000 beast realm. After some time, they passed through the void turbulence and came to another world. There were also human martial artists in this world. They asked around and indeed, There was a huge ruin in this world that had been passed down since ancient times. They headed in the direction of the ruin. However, halfway through, they met a few acquaintances. Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Li and some quasi-emperors from the Abyss Empire. When they met Lu Ming and the others, Ouyang Wushuang and the others were pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming, are you going to the ruin? Ouyang Wushuang asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There is no need to go to that ruin. It has been explored. We just came out of that ruin. Where are you from? Ouyang Wushuang asked. We are from the 10,000 Beast Realm. Lu Ming said. From the 10,000 Beast Realm? It seems that all 8 worlds have been explored. Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed. He then told them what they had experienced and heard. It turned out that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already explored a few worlds. They also heard that the ruins of the other worlds had been explored. Now everyone is heading to the 9th world, Ouyang Wushuang said. The 9th world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The lotus world had 9 petals, which represented 9 worlds. When they first entered, Lu Ming observed that everyone would be sucked into different petals. However, there was only one petal that no one entered. Lu Ming felt that there must be something unusual. I heard that someone saw a legend in one of the worlds. The 9th world contains a great secret, and there is only one path that leads to the 9th world. That is Tianyuan in the Tianyuan world. I heard that many powerful forces are rushing to the Tianyuan world. Xinghe River, Hung family, He family, Daoyuo Heaven sect and others. Ouyang Wushuang said. In that case, let's go. Lu Ming said. The 9th world should have an extraordinary secret. They should not miss it. Moreover, there were some debts that needed to be settled. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Immediately, the group turned around and headed for the Tianyuan world. They could not reach the Tianyuan world directly from this world. They had to pass through 2 other worlds. They crossed several worlds in a row and flew for an unknown distance. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Tianyuan world. Tianyuan world was the most famous miracle in the Tianyuan world. Anyone would know about it by asking around. Tianyuan world was in the north of the Tianyuan world. The group headed for Tianyuan world. Tianyuan world was an abyss that stretched across the border of the Tianyuan world. No one knew how long, deep, or wide it was. Chapter 1971. Legend had it that on the other side of Heavenly Abyss was another world, the legendary 9th world, the world where immortals resided. At this moment, many figures had gathered at the edge of Heavenly Abyss. These people were all experts from various forces in the outside world. Most of them were boundary emperors. Some of them were prodigies who possessed emperor weapons and could pass through the void turbulence. On the edge of Heavenly Abyss, there was a huge platform that seemed to be made of some kind of huge stone. In the middle of the platform, there was a huge altar that was surrounded by dense inscriptions. In front of the altar, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, everyone seemed to be very afraid of this figure, and no one dared to approach the platform. This was because this person was Hung Xinghe. The Eternal Sun, Hung Xinghe, was too terrifying. Previously, there was a boundary emperor who took advantage of his seniority and was disrespectful to Hung Xinghe and was instantly killed by him. Even if many boundary emperors joined forces, they were far from being Hung Xinghe's match. If a boundary emperor were to face Hung Xinghe, they would only be killed in an instant. They would not even be able to withstand one move. What was shocking was that Hung Xinghe's cultivation had yet to step into the boundary emperor realm. Moreover, there were boundary emperors from the Hung family here. Therefore, Hung Xinghe directly occupied the ancient platform that seemed to be very important, and the others could only watch from the periphery. Of course, there were also people who revealed murderous intent in their eyes, and that was the He family. They wished they could kill Hung Xinghe, but here, they were no match for Hung Xinghe and could only hide far away, not daring to approach. Young Master Hung Xinghe, you have been studying for many days. Do you know how to cross this abyss and go to the 9th world? Finally, someone asked. Hung Xinghe did not say anything, as if ignoring that person. After a long while, Hung Xinghe said, I already know the method. His words made many people's eyes light up. What method is it? Someone asked. It's not time to tell yet. Hung Xinghe. If it's not time to tell yet, when will it be time to tell? That person asked. Are you questioning me? Hung Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two divine swords that pierced that person. That person was shocked and could feel a cold murderous intent shrouding him. He could not help but retreat with a pale face. He quickly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. When it's time to tell, I will tell you. After saying that, Xinghe closed his eyes again. The man from before heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. The eternal sun is really terrifying. He is already so terrifying even though he has not become an emperor-to-be. If he becomes an emperor-to-be, wouldn't he be able to compete with a martial emperor? This thought flashed through many people's minds, and they were shocked. As for the He clan, their faces were gloomy. A genius like the eternal sun was a disaster for the He clan. In the future, if Hung Xinghe broke through to the great emperor realm, the two great emperors of the Hung clan would join hands and annihilate the He clan. Therefore, the He clan was thinking about how to get rid of Xinghe. Time flew by just like that. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Xinghe, who had been sitting there, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes were sharp as he muttered, They are finally here. Everyone was shocked. Finally, who is it? Everyone's gazes followed Xinghe's gaze, and saw a group of people flying over. They were led by a few young men. It's Lu Ming, the son of chaos Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lu Ming. This shocked even more people. Could it be that Hung Xinghe had been waiting here all this time for Lu Ming? Whoosh! Xinghe got up and took a step forward, heading toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the experts of the Hung clan also followed beside Xinghe. Not far away, Lu Ming, Huangling, Long Chun, and the others stopped. Lu Ming, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Xinghe said indifferently. Is that so? Lu Ming's face was calm. He knew that he would face Xinghe when he came here. Lu Ming, you killed the emperor-to-be of my Hung clan. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to them. Behind Xinghe, a figure shouted. It was Hung Shi. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can fight back. In the world of martial arts, everything is based on strength. The strong will live and the weak will die. They are not as strong as you, so they deserve to die, Xinghe said indifferently, as if the death of a few emperor-to-be of the Hung clan did not bother him at all. However, they are after all from the Hung clan, and I am also from the Hung clan. Since you killed them, I will kill you. Lu Ming, hand over the heavenly emperor's sword, and I will give you a quick death. Xinghe continued. Hung Xinghe, I know you are here for the heavenly emperor's sword. Back in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, you couldn't do anything to me. Today, you can't do anything to me, Lu Ming said, his eyes slowly filled with fighting spirit. This is not the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, Hung Shan said coldly. His meaning was obvious. Back in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, Lu Ming and many other experts fought against Hung Xinghe. But today, the experts of the Hung clan were here, and they would not let Lu Ming and the others have the chance. Boom, boom. The Hung clan had a long history, and was a great emperor-level force with too many experts. Today there were more than 100 emperor-to-be here. At this time, when they gathered together, their aura was really terrifying. The terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others, causing their expressions to change. We are here to help you. Not far away, a voice came, and figures came behind Lu Ming and the others. They were the emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces. Your opponents are us. A cold voice sounded. Giant wolves stepped on the air, golden crows roared, and the aura of battle weapons soared into the sky. The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wang Clan, Purple Pole Sect, and other forces stepped on the air, and their aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I am here to help you. A beautiful woman came to Lu Ming's side with a group of experts. It was Luo Tianyi and the emperor-to-be of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace. Afterward, more and more powerful cultivators joined Lu Ming and the rest. For example, the emperor-to-be of the Xinyuan Empire and other sects who were alone. But even so, Lu Ming and the others' strength was far from enough. Most of the forces on Lu Ming's side were from the ancient moon sacred ground. At most, they could compete with the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces that were also from the ancient moon sacred ground. Even with the help of the Shenyuan Empire, it was useless. Haha, it is really lively. Lu Ming, I have to say, you are really lucky. A sneer came, and Luo Tsangqiong came to the side of the Hung clan with the experts of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Then, the experts of the Feng clan came to the side of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Chapter 1972. Hung family and Daoyuo Heaven sect were both great emperor-level forces. They had too many experts, far more than Lu Ming and the rest. Moreover, there were Feng clan, Golden Crow clan, Wan family and other forces gathered together. Many emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of law, looked like gods in the sky. Their terrifying aura was overwhelming towards Lu Ming and the rest. Behind Lu Ming, everyone stood in a defensive circle, looking dignified. Around them, many people were watching with different expressions. Some people sneered, such as He family. Whether it was Lu Ming or Hung family, they did not have a good impression of them. It was best for them to kill each other. People from Soul Sanctum stood in the distance and did not intervene. Although Autumn Moon and Lu Ming were close, Autumn Moon only represented her lineage in Soul Sanctum. Moreover, they had not seen Autumn Moon yet. Lu Ming is a dead man today. I have long expected that he would end up like this. How dare he go against the Hung family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect? Haha. Yuji sneered in the crowd, gloating. A few young talents from Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions. This was because a few young men from the Purple Flame Villa had lost a bet to Lu Ming and had to obey his orders. However, in the face of so many experts from the Hung family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect, they could only choose to ignore them and pretended not to see them, because they would die if they went. Moreover, those emperor-to-be from Purple Flame Villa did not listen to their orders. Damn it, they think they have more people. It's a pity that our desolate tribe did not come out. Otherwise, we would bring a bunch of emperor-to-be here to beat them to death. Huang Li growled and was quite unhappy. It's just a fight, Long Chen said. He looked ordinary, but he was full of fighting spirit. A real man would not be afraid of a fight. Don't you want to know how to cross this abyss to the ninth world? At this moment, Xing He's indifferent voice sounded. Many people were shocked. Was Xing He finally going to say it? If you want to cross the other side of the abyss, you have to open the abyss bridge. The way to open the abyss bridge is simple. You have to sacrifice blood to open the abyss bridge with the blood of many experts to open the abyss bridge to the ninth world. Hung Xinghe's voice spread far and wide. Many people's hearts trembled again. They actually had to sacrifice the blood of powerful cultivators to reach the ninth world. How much blood do you need? Someone asked. I don't know. Naturally, the more the better. Then he looked at Lu Ming and the others, and a cold murderous intent erupted from him. Today, I shall use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing Xing He's words, the experts of the Hung family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and other forces stepped out one after another. Surrounded by the river of law, the saint power burst out like a tide. Today, they wanted Lu Ming and the others to die here. You guys focus on defense. Leave the eternal star river to me. Lu Ming's voice rang in the ears of Huang Ling and the others. Then Lu Ming's glabella lit up, and the great pill derivation furnace flew out and became as big as a mountain. However, the great pill derivation furnace did not hover above Lu Ming's head. Instead, it flew toward Huang Ling and the others, and then landed on the ground with a loud boom. The great pill derivation furnace had 4 legs and it was propped up high. Huang Ling and the others were all under the great pill derivation furnace. The great pill derivation furnace was the treasure of the great pill derivation hall. Its grade was far above ordinary imperial weapons. In this way, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others only had to defend the sides and did not have to worry about the top. In this way, their defensive strength would be greatly increased. Bubbles, go and help Huang Ling and the others. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Chirp chirp. Bubbles chirped and moved toward Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. You guys go and deal with the others. Leave Lu Ming to me. Heng Xinghe said coldly. The powerful steam engine locked onto Lu Ming. Kill. Those who hide under the elixir furnace will also die. The emperor-to-be experts from the Heng family, Daoyuo Heaven Sect, Golden Crow Tribe, and other forces stepped into the air and attacked Huangling, Longchen, and Bubbles from all directions. There were only a few dozen emperor-to-be experts on Huangling's side. They were outnumbered by their opponents and could only gather together to defend. All kinds of defensive sacred weapons and imperial weapons covered the surroundings. At the same time, Bubbles attacked. The surrounding space distorted and formed a mirror-like space shield that blocked the attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of attacks fell toward Huangling and the others. Some of them were blocked by the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. At this time, Lu Ming had already broken his connection with the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. Otherwise, the terrifying power would follow the Great Pill Derivation Furnace and injure Lu Ming. At this time, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace was only relying on its indestructible properties to block the attacks. As expected, when the attacks fell on the Great Pill Derivation Furnace, they were all blocked by the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. The remaining attacks were also blocked by Huangling, Longchen, and the others. After all, although the opponents outnumbered them, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace covered them, and the opponents did not have many angles to attack. Continue. Experts from the Heng family roared and launched various attacks at Huangling and the others. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd in the distance. Someone suddenly attacked and killed an expert. What are you doing? You're courting death. Someone shouted. Use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Someone said coldly. Then use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. The first person shouted and a huge battle broke out in the area. There were many forces here, and many of them had grudges against each other. Once the area was in chaos, it was as if the whole situation was affected. Those forces who had grudges against each other also started to fight. Since they were going to use the blood of experts as a sacrifice to the bridge, they might as well use the blood of their enemies. Therefore, a huge battle broke out unavoidably. The area was getting bigger and bigger. Soon the area was in chaos and there were battles everywhere. Lu Ming and Heng Xinghe stood in the air and looked at each other from afar. Lu Ming, no one will help you today. You'll die. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Heng Xinghe said coldly. It's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation is still at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. There are strong and weak Absolute Saints too. Heng Xinghe said calmly. His cultivation was the same as when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. He was still at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. The main reason was that a peak Absolute Saint needed to cultivate a law to perfection to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. However, the higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate. Especially since he cultivated the Eternal Law. However, even at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, there were differences in the comprehension of the law. Heng Xinghe's mastery of the law had reached 99%. He was stronger than when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Heng Xinghe released a shocking aura. At the same time, a halo surrounded Heng Xinghe, making him look like a deity. This was the eternal light. Whoosh! Chapter 1973. Heng Xinghe raised his aura to the maximum and unleashed his eternal light. He was about to attack Lu Ming. Suddenly, a ray of sword light shot across the sky and slashed down at Heng Xinghe. The ray of sword light was filled with the aura of death. As the sword light slashed down, everything was destroyed. Heng Xinghe's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and unleashed a ray of sword light that clashed with the sword light. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound. Endless sword light and sword chi swept out in all directions. Heng Xinghe's body shook slightly and he took a step back. A figure appeared in the sky. He carried a battle sword on his back and his hair was messy. It was Deathblade. His aura was shocking. He had reached the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Moreover, there was a halo around him. It was the Deathlight. Apparently, Deathblade had made great progress during this period of time. Not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also cultivated the Deathlight. Heng Xinghe, I am your opponent. Deathblade stepped forward and stood in front of Hung Xinghe. Deathblade, it's you again. Hung Xinghe's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, Deathblade, although you have reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm and cultivated the death light, you are still no match for me. No match for you? Why don't you try? Heavenly Sword of Death. Deathblade was very direct. He attacked as soon as he finished speaking. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed at Hung Xinghe. Xinghe's eyes turned solemn as a battle sword appeared in his hand. Although he sounded very confident, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Deathblade. Deathblade was the son of death. Now that he had cultivated the death light and had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he wouldn't be careless. Dazzling sword light burst out, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Boom! The two figures, sword light and sword light, clashed together. Dazzling light exploded in the sky. Hung Xinghe and Deathblade fought fiercely. Their auras were so terrifying that no one dared to stand within a few hundred miles. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming was speechless. He had wanted to have a big fight with the Eternal Galaxy River, but it was good that the Deathblade was there to stop the Eternal Galaxy River. He still had other things to do. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he dashed off in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Daluo Heaven Sect. At this time, many Emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven Sect were attacking Huangling, Longchen, and the others. The number of Emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven Sect was also amazing. Although it was less than that of the Hung family, there were still nearly 100 of them. At this moment, Luo Tsangqiang was standing in the void with a huge seal in his hand. It was the divine seal of deprivation. The deprived divine seal could continuously deprive the space of the energy. The longer it was deprived, the more energy it would accumulate, and the more terrifying its power would be. At this moment, Luo Tsangqiang was constantly stripping away energy until he reached the limit of his control. Die! Luo Tsangqiang roared and pushed out the divine seal of deprivation with his palm. The divine seal of deprivation crashed forward like a mountain. However, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of the divine seal of deprivation and pointed at it. The finger of primal chaos calamity burst forth and bombarded the divine seal of deprivation. Boom! With a huge roar, the divine seal of deprivation was defeated. Lu Ming's figure floated back for a distance. The power of the divine seal of deprivation after Luo Tsangqiang had accumulated energy was indeed terrifying. Even with Lu Ming's current battle strength, he was still repelled. Lu Ming, you can actually block my divine seal of deprivation. Luo Tsangqiang cried out in disbelief. He had spent a long time accumulating energy for that move, and deprived a lot of energy. Its power had reached an amazing level. An ordinary Emperor-to-be would definitely not be able to block it and would be easily killed. But now Lu Ming actually blocked it head-on. How could he not be shocked? Luo Tsangqiang, today I'll take your life, Lu Ming said coldly. Autumn Moon was still seriously injured and unconscious. He would not let Luo Tsangqiang go. It would be the same even if Luo Tsangqiang was the grandson of a great emperor. Lu Ming stepped on the void and attacked Luo Tsangqiang. Luo Tsangqiang was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Lu Ming, you escaped last time. Then I'll kill you again. A burly figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming with a giant hammer. This person was the expert who had fought with Lu Ming in the void turbulence. He had a superior sky spiritual body and was very powerful. Last time, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by his opponent. But this time, it would not be the same. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and a cold light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a halo shrouded his body and he pointed his finger. The huge chaotic calamity finger bombarded his opponent's giant hammer, causing it to buzz and be sent flying back. Your battle strength. His opponent was shocked. After exchanging a blow, he felt that Lu Ming's battle strength was much stronger than before. The last time Lu Ming faced him, he was at a complete disadvantage. However, he was the one who was at a disadvantage in the exchange of blows just now. How could Lu Ming's strength have improved so much in such a short time? Chaotic light. You've cultivated the chaotic light. The burly man shouted. Today I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly, and continued to use the chaotic calamity finger. The huge chaotic calamity finger was filled with chaotic light. It suddenly appeared like the finger of a god and crushed toward his opponent. The burly man roared and used all his strength to brandish his giant hammer to block Lu Ming's attack. But at this time, endless runes appeared in Lu Ming's left hand, and a true dragon pounced toward the burly man. This was one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the illusory spirit scroll. The runes transformed into a true dragon with terrifying power. The burly man's giant hammer collided heavily with the chaotic calamity finger. He was using all his strength to block Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger. How could he spare any energy to block the attack of the illusory spirit scroll? The true dragon pounced on the burly man, and with a long roar, the dragon claw swiped down. Bam! The burly man's body shook violently, and with a muffled groan, he was pushed back and vomited blood. Kill! Lu Ming quickly followed and waved his hand. A huge phantom of the prison-suppressing steel descended from the sky and suppressed the burly man. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body emitted cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Then, the runes on Lu Ming's left hand flashed and another true dragon flew out. It grabbed the burly man and tore with all its strength. Rip! Blood splattered and the burly man's body was torn apart. Even someone as strong as the burly man, a quasi-emperor with a superior sky spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming's series of attacks. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao are indeed mysterious. If I can combine the Destruction Scroll, Illusory Spirit Scroll, and Sealing Scroll, its power will increase exponentially. Chapter 1974. For now, the Array Dao laws could only be used as support for Lu Ming. Compared to the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, they were still weaker. However, if he merged the Destruction Scroll, Illusion Spirit Scroll, and Sealing Scroll, its might would definitely soar. It was easy to imagine how powerful the attack would be if a true dragon, which contained both the power of destruction and the sealing power of the Scroll of Annihilation, were to be unleashed in one move. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming look forward to it. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong's eyes widened in disbelief. To think that Lu Ming could kill the burly man, who was a peak quasi-emperor. Unless one advanced to quasi-emperor with a monarch body, one would be unrivaled among those of the same level. Yet Lu Ming killed such an existence. This made Luo Zongqiong's entire body turn cold. Lu Ming looked at Luo Zongqiong with a cold gaze. His figure did not stop as he charged at Luo Zongqiong. Men! Kill Lu Ming! Kill him! Luo Zongqiong roared as he frantically retreated. Luo Zongqiong also retreated with him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, at least 10 quasi-emperors charged at Lu Ming. All sorts of horrifying attacks flew at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming simply ignored these attacks. The primal chaos light circled around his body as he charged forward. When those attacks landed on the primal chaos light, they were all blocked. The primal chaos light could be used for both offense and defense. Boom, boom, boom. After Lu Ming charged through the attacks, he threw a few punches in succession. Fist lights tore through the air and directly exploded 3 quasi-emperors in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, Lu Ming continuously sent out the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. 6 Primal Chaos Tribulation Fingers flew at the 6 quasi-emperors. Although the power of the 6 fingers scattered, it was enough to deal with ordinary quasi-emperors. The 6 quasi-emperors were sent flying by the 6-finger energies. Their faces paled as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At first, Shaoqun killed 3 quasi-emperors. Then he injured 6 quasi-emperors with one move. Such combat prowess was shocking. Luo Zongqiong and Luo Pokong were even more shocked. The two frantically retreated, not having the courage to fight Lu Ming. However, Luo Zongqiong retreated even faster because his cultivation was stronger. "You won't be able to leave," Lu Ming said indifferently. He rushed out like a flash of lightning, avoiding several experts of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The next moment, Lu Ming caught up with Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong was shocked. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void and pierced towards Lu Ming. This was an emperor weapon. Coupled with Luo Pokong's law of penetration, its power was indeed terrifying. However, Luo Po's cultivation was only at the great mastery of the Absolute Saint realm. the same as Lu Ming. In a battle of the same level, no matter how strong he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, striking the tip of the long spear. Luo Pokong's law of penetration was completely useless against Lu Ming. The long spear buzzed and even bent. Then it fiercely bounced out. The end of the spear hit Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong screamed and retreated. There was a strong feeling of unreality in his heart. He felt that he was dreaming. Back then, when he met Lu Ming for the first time, Lu Ming had to go all out to defeat him. But now, Lu Ming could defeat him and injure him with a casual move. The gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger as time passed. Luo Pokong, who claimed to be a peerless genius, found it hard to accept. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged toward Luo Pokong. The cold murderous intent made Luo Pokong's body shiver. Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? I am the genius of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect. If you touch me, no one in Yuan Mountain can save you. Luo Pokong roared. The Daoyuo Heaven Sect had a great emperor. He did not believe that Lu Ming dared to touch him. Lu Ming would also die if he touched him. In my life there are many people who have threatened me, but in the end they are all dead and I am still alive. Lu Ming said indifferently. The saint power burst out and the law of chaos buzzed. He punched out and a prison-suppressing steel shadow suppressed Luo Pokong. Boom. Luo Pokong was directly blasted to the ground and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater that was as deep as 10 miles. Luo Pokong lay in the big pit, twitching and spitting blood. That move just now had broken all the bones in his body. Even his saint heart had cracked. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. Endless fear shrouded him. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. He was not afraid of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect at all. At this moment, he was scared to death. Whoosh. Lu Ming appeared in the big pit, looking down at Luo Pokong indifferently. No. No, Luo Pokong shouted while spitting blood. Stop Lu Ming. If you dare to kill him, the Daoyuo Heaven Sect will not let you go. An emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect shouted. Luo Pokong was the king body of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, so he could not die. Ha! Lu Ming sneered. The Daoyuo Heaven Sect would not let him go? Even if the Daoyuo Heaven Sect would let him go, he would not let them go. This was his vow to the autumn moon. In the future he must destroy the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, no matter what price he had to pay. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Luo Pokong's emperor weapon long spear in his hand. No. Luo Pokong screamed in horror, trying to struggle to escape. However, the emperor weapon long spear pierced through the space between Luo Pokong's eyebrows and nailed him to the ground. Luo Pokong opened his eyes wide, full of unwillingness. Many people in the surroundings were also shocked. Luo Pokong, the king body of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, was killed by Lu Ming. If this news spread out, the people of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect would go crazy. However, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes was still as cold as a knife. This is just the beginning, Lu Ming whispered. He pulled out the emperor weapon long spear and rushed to the sky, looking far away. At this time, Luo Tsangqiang was running away crazily, not daring to stay there. Bubble, give me a hand. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubble. Okay. Under the great defying elixir furnace, Bubble responded. He waved his hands, and a force of the law of time and space followed the void and shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved his body, as if he was shuttling through the void, and quickly chased after Luo Tsangqiang. With the help of Bubble's law of time and space, Lu Ming's speed was even more amazing, and he quickly approached Luo Tsangqiang. Damn it! The emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect all stopped attacking Huang Ling and Long Chun, and chased after Lu Ming. Luo Pokong was fine, but if Luo Tsangqiang was killed by Lu Ming, they would all die under the wrath of the great emperor. They chased after Lu Ming crazily, but their speed was too far behind Lu Ming's, and they could not catch up with him at all. Lu Ming's body was like a fleeting shadow, and soon he was close to Luo Tsangqiang. Swoosh! Lu Ming pointed his finger and a calamity finger force condensed into a line, piercing toward Luo Tsangqiang. Break! A battle axe appeared in Luo Tsangqiang's hand. The battle axe was very powerful, and it was definitely an emperor weapon, and not an ordinary one. The battle axe chopped out and blocked Lu Ming's finger force, but his body was also shaken off, and his face flushed. Chapter 1975. Luo Zongqiong retreated, and Lu Ming followed. He waved his right fist, and the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, pressing down on Luo Zongqiong. Deprive, deprive. Luo Zongqiong roared, and the deprive law shrouded the battle axe, constantly depriving the external energy to enhance the power of the battle axe. It chopped down on Lu Ming. Clang. The battle axe hit the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel, causing a violent vibration. Although Luo Zongqiong blocked the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel, his body kept retreating, his face flushed, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. However, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. There were 9 illusory images of the prison-suppressing steel in the sky, continuously pressing down on Luo Zongqiong. Luo Zongqiong could only do his best to resist, and at the same time he roared, "A bunch of trash, come and save me, do you all want to die?" Of course, he was roaring at the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The Emperor-to-be's faces darkened, and they flew over with all their strength. Luo Zongqiong's status in the Daluo Heaven sect was too special and honorable. As the grandson of a great emperor, he was so talented that even the void emperors and true emperors had to give him face. What was more, the Emperor-to-be could decide his life and death with a word. "No one can save you today," Lu Ming said coldly. Endless runes appeared in his left hand, and turned into a real dragon, pouncing on Luo Zongqiong. 2 kinds of laws were activated at the same time, and Luo Zongqiong was even more vulnerable. He was immediately blown away, spitting out blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared above Luo Zongqiong. He pointed at Luo Zongqiong with the chaotic tribulation finger. Boom! Luo Zongqiong's body was blasted down like a cannonball, just like Luo Pokong. Then, Lu Ming swooped down and caught up with Luo Zongqiong. He took out the long spear that he got from Luo Pokong, and infused it with saint power. The long spear buzzed, and stabbed toward Luo Zongqiong's glabella. "Oh no! Stop!" The Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted in shock. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He did not care about Luo Zongqiong's identity. First he killed Luo Pokong. Now he even wanted to kill Luo Zongqiong. Ah! Luo Zongqiong was terrified and let out a crazy roar. He was unwilling to accept this. He was mad with hatred. However, he would not beg for mercy. If he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future. Whoosh! The Imperial Armament spear pierced toward Luo Zongqiong's forehead with terrifying sharpness. However, just as the long spear was about to pierce Luo Zongqiong, a black iron plate suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Clang! The long spear pierced the iron plate and sparks flew everywhere. However, this iron plate was incomparably hard, and the spear was unable to pierce through it. The long spear vibrated, and a terrifying force pushed Luo Zongqiong to the ground at an even faster speed. However, in the process of Luo Zongqiong's descent, the iron plate actually increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered Luo Zongqiong's entire body. Like a set of black armor, Luo Zongqiong was shrouded in it. Boom! Luo Zongqiong's body smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a huge crater appeared. But in the next moment, Luo Zongqiong stood up as if nothing had happened. "Grandpa, ha ha ha!" Luo Zongqiong laughed ecstatically. He knew that this was the protective imperial armament that his grandpa had secretly placed in his body to save his life at the critical moment. However, his grandpa did not tell him in advance, most likely because he wanted to train him. With this imperial armament protecting him, he knew that he would be fine. Lu Ming could not kill him. Great Emperor bless him. The quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect were also ecstatic. "Do you think you'll be fine hiding in the armor? Kill." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Holding the long spear, he swooped down like a flowing light and pierced Luo Zongqiong's head in an instant. However, with a clang, the long spear still did not pierce Luo Zongqiong's armor. This armor was really sturdy and immortal. "Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If I don't die today, you'll be the one to die in the future." Luo Zongqiong roared, his killing intent extremely cold. Today Lu Ming had almost killed him, which made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Clang! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With a sweep of the long spear, Luo Zongqiong's body directly flew out and hit the wall of the big pit. His body was buried in the ground. However, in the next moment, Luo Tsangqiong rushed up from the ground not far away. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and rushed towards Luo Tsangqiong. Deprive God Seal. Luo Tsangqiong used the Deprive God Seal to fight back, but it was shattered by Lu Ming's finger. At the same time, Lu Ming used the seal scroll of the 9 scrolls of formation doctrine. The dense runes shrouded Luo Tsangqiong and sealed him. Then Lu Ming clasped Luo Tsangqiong's neck and pushed him to the ground. Boom! Luo Tsangqiong fell heavily on the ground, and another big pit appeared on the ground. Bang! Then Lu Ming stepped on Luo Tsangqiong's head. Luo Tsangqiong's head sank into the rock. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Luo Tsangqiong roared. It's really a tortoise shell. It's comparable to Dandan's tortoise shell. Lu Ming muttered. At this time, in a distant place, a little tortoise sneezed and cursed. Which bastard is scolding me? Come on, let's go. Then, the little tortoise rushed towards a big tomb shrouded in clouds and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to torture Luo Tsangqiong. He stepped on Luo Tsangqiong's crotch, causing him to scream and bend his body. Although the armor is hard, it's still painful. Continue. Lu Ming stepped on Luo Tsangqiong's crotch again. Luo Tsangqiong roared like a beast. His face was flushed red in the armor, and tears and snot were flowing down his face. Let go of young Master Luo. You're courting death. At this moment, the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed over with all kinds of weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Some of them held imperial weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Tsangqiong's legs and used it as a hammer to swing at those quasi-emperors. One of the quasi-emperors was waving an imperial weapon and attacking Lu Ming. But when he saw Luo Tsangqiong coming at him, he quickly held back some of his strength. Therefore, he faced a miserable outcome. Luo Tsangqiong's body hit him heavily. The quasi-emperor screamed and flew hundreds of miles away, lying on the ground and twitching all over. Bang! Bang! Then Lu Ming rushed to the sky, grabbed Luo Tsangqiong and kept swinging him like a hammer toward the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect. Luo Tsangqiong's armor was really strong and indestructible. It was harder than many imperial weapon giant hammers. Lu Ming smashed it with great force. Several quasi-emperors with weaker cultivation were smashed to death. Their bodies immediately collapsed. Those quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect had scruples. Even if some of them had imperial weapons, they did not dare to attack with full force for fear of injuring Luo Tsangqiong. Chapter 1976. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Tsangqiong's legs and used him as a weapon. Several emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were smashed away, and one was even smashed to death. The other spat out blood and retreated. Ha ha ha, cool, this weapon is really handy. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. On the contrary, Luo Tsangqiong was furious and constantly roared. He wanted to rush out and fight with Lu Ming, but he finally restrained himself. He was too aggrieved. At first, his face was stepped on by Lu Ming, and then his crotch was stepped on by Lu Ming, which made him miserable. At this moment, Lu Ming used him as a weapon to kill the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He kept roaring to vent his anger. He knew that he had been utterly humiliated. Even if he were to achieve great things in the future, or even achieve the martial monarch realm like his grandfather, it would still be a humiliation for the rest of his life. People would laugh at him behind his back. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer. I swear, and your family, your friends, they will all die. Luo Tsangqiong's crazy voice came out. What are you shouting for? It was you who killed the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. I just did it on your behalf. Lu Ming scolded. Luo Tsangqiong spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by it was he who killed the people of the Daluo Heaven sect and Lu Ming just did it on his behalf? Don't use him as a weapon if you have the ability. Bang! Lu Ming swung Luo Tsangqiong out, and another emperor-to-be was blown away. The emperor-to-be spat out blood. Luo Tsangqiong was also dizzy because of the collision. Don't fight with him. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted and stepped back, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Other emperor-to-be did the same. When they saw Lu Ming coming, they quickly ran away. Then the scene became a funny scene. Lu Ming swung Luo Tsangqiong and chased him in the sky. The emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect was running around in a mess. Many people were speechless. The first young master of the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the grandson of the great, the genius who had been deprived of the king-level physique, and nearly 100 emperors-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect, were beaten so badly by Lu Ming. After Luo Zongqiong was brutally abused, he became Lu Ming's weapon, which really made people speechless. At the same time, everyone was shocked. This also proved how powerful Lu Ming was. Hey, don't run away. There are so many emperor-to-be here, but none of you dare to fight with me. The Daoyuo Heaven sect is a great emperor-level influence. What a disappointment. Lu Ming carried Luo Zongqiong upside down and ran wildly in the air, chasing the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect turned blue with anger. Put Luo Zongqiong down if you have the ability. You're carrying Luo Zongqiong, yet you're still fighting like this? Those quasi-emperors roared in their hearts. Lu Ming, come and fight with me if you have the ability. At this time, Xinghe's voice was heard all over the place. He was also very unhappy. In Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, Luo Zongqiong had turned to him, and was a member of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Now he was beaten so badly by Lu Ming, which made him lose face. At this moment, Xinghe and Deathblade had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Deathblade was gradually at a disadvantage in the battle. After all, Xinghe had already broken through to the exceptional Saint realm, and was very close to the Emperor-to-be realm. In terms of the mastery of the law, he was stronger than Deathblade. After a long battle, he gradually gained the advantage. Xinghe, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine. As an eternal son, you want to fight with someone whose cultivation is lower than yours. Is this your arrogance? Well, isn't everyone in the Hung family like you? Lu Ming sneered. If you don't dare to fight, then just say it. Xinghe and Deathblade exchanged blows again, and forced Deathblade to retreat dozens of miles. Xinghe, you don't have to provoke me. Today, I really want to fight with you. After saying that, Lu Ming stopped chasing the people of Daoyuo Heaven sect. He carried Luo Zongqiong and walked toward Xinghe. Many people, including Huangling, Longchen, and the rest, as well as Lu Ming's enemies, were shocked. Was Lu Ming really going to fight with Xinghe? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not Xinghe's opponent. Perhaps he was going to join forces with Deathblade. Many people thought so. Let me go. Luo Zongqiong roared. Shut up. Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Luo Zongqiong's crotch. Luo Zongqiong screamed like a eunuch and arched his body. In Lu Ming's palm, runes constantly spread out and covered Luo Zongqiong's armor. Luo Zongqiong was sealed and could not resist. He could only be carried by Lu Ming like a weapon. Everyone was stunned. Was Lu Ming going to fight with Xinghe with Luo Zongqiong as a weapon? Deathblade, leave Xinghe to me. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to Deathblade's side. Leave it to you? Deathblade was puzzled. Why? You don't trust me? Don't worry, I'll beat up Xinghe for you. You go and help Huangling. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming is so arrogant that he wants to fight Xinghe alone. And didn't you hear his tone? He actually ordered Deathblade to help Huangling. That's ridiculous. With Deathblade's character, it's good that he didn't draw his sword. Some people whispered. Although many people were still fighting, there were also some people who did not make a move. They stood in the distance and watched the battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, they all shook their heads. However, the next scene was beyond their expectations. Deathblade nodded and then moved. He turned into a terrifying sword light and attacked the quasi-emperors of the Hung family. The Deathblade was extremely terrifying. With one slash, 3 quasi-emperors of the Hung family were killed. Damn it, let's kill him together. The quasi-emperors of the Hung family were furious. Many of them joined forces and launched a terrifying attack on Deathblade. However, Deathblade was surrounded by the light of death. Within 100 meters around him, it was like a domain of death. The light of death merged with the sword light. With one slash, it broke the opponent's attack and killed a quasi-emperor. Ordinary quasi-emperors were almost defenseless against Deathblade, and were killed in one move. Sky Veil of Death. Then a terrifying gray gas spread out from Deathblade's body. This was the Chi of Death. It shrouded at least half of the area of the Great Derivation Furnace. When the quasi-emperors saw this qi of death, they retreated. In this way, the pressure on Huangling Longchen and Ouyang Wushuang was greatly reduced. They were able to block the opponent's attack. Xinghe's face turned ugly. His body was shrouded in the light of eternity. He was like a god that was eternal and immortal. Bang! Then Xinghe took a step forward. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a storm. He did not want to talk nonsense. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Lu Ming as soon as possible to take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. "Let's fight," Lu Ming muttered. His spine was suffused with a crimson glow and a drop of blood appeared. Waves of powerful and terrifying energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Chapter 1977. Lu Ming had unleashed his third bloodline. Lu Ming knew that if he did not unleash his third bloodline, he would not be a match for Hung Xinghe. Hung Xinghe was an eternal son, and was not inferior to him in any aspect. He had mastered the eternal law, cultivated the eternal light, and was about to become a quasi-emperor. He was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. Even his divine skills were more powerful than Lu Ming's, and had reached 99% mastery. In terms of spiritual body, Lu Ming might not be as strong as Hung Xinghe, even if he had refined 3 chaotic laws. He was born with an eternal body, and was protected by the heavens. Once he became a martial emperor, his spiritual body would evolve into a superior heavenly spiritual body. In fact, all Elysian sons were like that. Lu Xiangxiang's life body, Ouyang Moli's reincarnation body, and Deathblade's death body were all born with it. Once they reached the martial emperor level, they would become superior heavenly spiritual bodies. Moreover, because they were born with it, their spiritual bodies contained a special substance. For example, the life body contained the qi of life. The chaotic body contained the qi of chaos. Therefore, their spiritual bodies were stronger than superior heavenly spiritual bodies. Strictly speaking, Lu Ming could not be considered an Elysian son. This was because everything he had was acquired through cultivation, and not something he was born with. His soul and the laws of chaos were both cultivated. He was not born with the chaotic body. However, others did not know this. When they saw that Lu Ming had mastered the chaotic laws, they called Lu Ming the son of chaos. Now Lu Ming's spiritual body had refined 3 chaotic qi. Compared to Hung Xinghe, he might have a slight advantage. Lu Ming's other advantage was that he had 2 sacred hearts and 2 laws. However, this was not enough to make up for the gap between him and Hung Xinghe. Therefore, he needed the third bloodline to make up for it. The third bloodline seemed to have endless energy. Even though Lu Ming had reached his current level, he still felt that the energy in it was endless. He could only borrow a drop in the ocean. Endless killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body. His eyes began to turn blood red. His long black hair also turned blood red. His aura was constantly increasing, and he could faintly contend with the stellar river. Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, "Borrowing external forces is ultimately too weak to withstand a single blow. Kill." His silhouette instantly rushed towards Lu Ming, as though he had teleported. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, it was an emperor-ranked weapon. The sword light slashed through the air, slashing towards Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming was even more straightforward. He lifted Luo Tsangqiang and smashed him towards the stellar river. Luo Tsangqiang roared in his armor, feeling extremely aggrieved. He had become Lu Ming's weapon. Xinghe's expression also changed. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light changed direction and slashed towards Lu Ming from another direction. However, Lu Ming flung Luo Tsangqiang away, and crashed into the sword light of Stellar River. Stellar River's sword light changed again, but Lu Ming could always keep up with the sword light by wielding Luo Tsangqiang. "Lu Ming, let go of Luo Tsangqiang and fight with me if you dare." Anger appeared on Xinghe's face, which had been calm all along. There was a ball of fire in his chest. Lu Ming wielded Luo Tsangqiang to fight with him. Luo Tsangqiang's identity was extraordinary. He was the grandson of a great emperor. In terms of status, he was higher than Lu Ming. Although the Hung clan also had a great emperor, that great emperor was his ancestor. He was afraid that if he seriously injured or killed Luo Tsangqiang, he would offend the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. "Nonsense, you have an emperor-ranked battle sword. I don't have an emperor-ranked weapon. This is my emperor-ranked weapon." Lu Ming said as he flung Luo Tsangqiong away. Luo Tsangqiong was dizzy from the flinging. When he heard Lu Ming's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When did he become Lu Ming's emperor-ranked weapon? Then I won't use my emperor-ranked weapon. I'll fight with you. Stellar River. Are you stupid not to use your emperor-ranked weapon when you have one? Anyway, I'm going to use it. Lu Ming said disdainfully. He swung Luo Tsangqiong and smashed it toward Xinghe with astonishing power. The armor on Luo Tsangqiong's body was extraordinary. It was sturdy and indestructible. Lu Ming thought that even the Void Emperor wouldn't be able to break it so easily. It was the most suitable weapon. The two exchanged a few moves. For a moment, Xinghe was at a disadvantage and couldn't use his full strength. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Lu Ming is really shameless. Some people were indignant. Hee, Xinghe's cultivation is 2 levels higher. How can Lu Ming not use some tricks? Why don't you say that Xinghe is shameless? Some people felt that Lu Ming's behavior was normal. Look, the platform is reacting. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed at the stone platform. By now, many people had died in the battle. The blood of those who died in the battle was attracted by a mysterious force and flew toward the stone platform, and seeped into the ancient altar. The ancient altar was flickering. Then, a giant blood-red bridge extended from the stone platform to the other side of the abyss. However, the giant blood-red bridge only extended for a short distance before it stopped. Sacrificing blood to the bridge. It's really sacrificing blood to the bridge, but there's not enough blood. Someone shouted, "Kill!" At the scene, the battle cries shook the sky. Some of the stronger forces began to kill some of the weaker forces. More people joined the battle. It was chaos. People were constantly killed and fell here forever. Xinghe's eyes were also filled with a bright light. He shouted coldly, "Lu Ming, sacrifice your blood to the bridge." After saying that, Xinghe's sword light skyrocketed. He seemed to no longer be afraid of Luo Tsangqiong. His battle sword broke through the air with an incomparably sharp chi and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted Luo Tsangqiong and smashed it. Clang! Xinghe's battle sword accurately slashed Luo Tsangqiong's body, creating a loud sound and sparks. Luo Tsangqiong's body shook violently. He was stunned by the powerful force. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xinghe's sword light was like a flying immortal, constantly slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated all the strength in his body and stepped forward. Luo Tsangqiong in his hand was like a black hammer that constantly smashed out. Clang! Clang! The two of them clashed for more than 10 moves in a row. The void was rumbling and vibrating constantly. The terrifying energy turned into shockwaves that spread outwards in a circle. Some people who were closer to them were hit by the shockwaves. They couldn't help but be pushed back, their faces pale. Many people were shocked. This kind of combat strength was terrifying. Ordinary quasi-emperors couldn't withstand the shock waves. How shocking was that? What shocked them even more was that Lu Ming could actually fight against Xinghe. This made it difficult for many people to calm down. The He family, Daoyuo Heaven sect, and the only powerful forces such as the Divine Temple, the Wan family of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, the Golden Crow clan, and the Sirius Pagoda were also shocked. Chapter 1978. Hung Xinghe was known as the #1 supreme talent among the younger generation in Yuan Mountain. Didn't that mean that the current Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the younger generation in Yuan Mountain, and it was hard to find a match for him? The experts from the Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces looked gloomy. They had to report this matter to their superiors when they got out, so that they could come up with a countermeasure. If this continued, Lu Ming would continue to grow, and it would be a disaster for them. Lu Ming and Hung Xinghe exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was hard to determine the winner. Hung Xinghe seemed to be afraid of breaking Luo Tsangqiong's armor. Clang! After another explosion, the seal runes that had been covering Luo Tsangqiong's armor collapsed. Boom! Luo Tsangqiong went berserk and activated the law of deprivation at full force, shrouding Lu Ming in an attempt to devour Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He finally knew why Hung Xinghe had exchanged blows with him previously. His purpose was to break the seal on Luo Tsangqiong's body. and let Luo Tsangqiang regain his freedom. Eternal sword tide. How could Hung Xinghe miss this opportunity? In an instant, he stabbed out more than 1,000 times with his sword. Endless sword lights were like a tide of swords, stabbing towards Lu Ming. All of them were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. At this moment, Lu Ming wanted to reseal Luo Tsangqiang and use him as a weapon, but it was no longer possible. It would even put him in danger. Whoosh! Lu Ming let go of Luo Tsangqiang and retreated rapidly. He kept punching out with his fists, and the shadows of the prison-suppressing steels appeared and blocked the sword lights that were coming towards him. As soon as Luo Tsangqiang was free, his figure flickered wildly and pulled a long distance away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll remember this. Just you wait. Luo Tsangqiang's angry voice was heard. I'll remember this too. I believe everyone will remember this too. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Luo Tsangqiang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body trembled with anger. That's right. Today's matter had already been remembered by everyone, and it would soon spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. In the future, when others saw Luo Tsangqiang, they would think of today's scene. Luo Tsangqiang was just a joke. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to chop Lu Ming into pieces. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone who had witnessed what had happened today. Trash, get lost. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Luo Tsangqiang. He waved his hand disdainfully before turning his gaze to the stellar river. Luo Tsangqiang was so angry that he almost went up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, now that you don't have Luo Tsangqiang, let's see how you're going to stop me. The eternal light on Xinghe's body became more and more brilliant, as if he was an immortal that didn't belong to this world. With one less piece of trash, it's a good fight. Lu Ming said faintly as he channeled his saint power to the extreme. Chaotic light surrounded him, making him look like a god of war. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them moved at the same time, charging towards each other. Sword of Eternity. Chaotic Calamity Finger. A ray of sword light collided with a huge finger in the air, and then they were annihilated. Lu Ming and Xinghe's figures also collided. Lu Ming slashed down again, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. It was as big as a mountain, and with an aura that could suppress the heavens, it suppressed Xinghe. Xinghe's sword light slashed violently, and split the phantom of the prison-suppressing steel in one fell swoop. But what faced him were more phantoms of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 9 phantoms of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and blasted toward Xinghe. At the same time, countless inscriptions appeared on his left hand and spread toward Xinghe. This was the power of the seal, and he wanted to seal Xinghe. However, when the power of the seal got close to Xinghe, it couldn't break through the eternal light of the stellar river and was blocked. Then the eternal light shook, and the countless runes collapsed. I'm an eternal. How can a mere law of the king do anything to me? Xinghe's voice rang out. At the same time, a terrifying sword light burst out and shattered the 9 prison-suppressing steels. Whoosh! There was another sword light that pierced through the phantoms of the prison-suppressing steels and attacked Lu Ming. However, when the sword light hit the chaotic light, it was as if it had hit an iron wall. It made ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds, and sparks flew in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and his blood-red hair fluttered. He borrowed the power of the third bloodline to cross the gap between him and Xinghe, and the two of them began a peak battle. Lu Ming sometimes used the prison-suppressing heavenly skill, sometimes the chaotic finger of calamity, and together with the law of formation, he erupted with astonishing battle strength. An ordinary quasi-emperor could be killed in one move. However, Xinghe was indeed powerful. His sword light pierced the sky, and his body turned into an eternal light. He was no weaker than Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, but there was no clear winner. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. The eternal light and chaotic light shook, and the two of them floated back at the same time. Lu Ming, this secret technique of yours is indeed very powerful, but the aftereffects should be very severe. I wonder how long you can last. Xinghe's eyes flickered with sharpness. He believed that the power of Lu Ming's third bloodline should be a strange and terrifying secret technique that could increase one's battle strength in a short period of time. However, such a secret technique would usually have a huge after effect. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not explain. The energy in the third bloodline was endless. Even if he kept borrowing it, it would not be exhausted. Lu Ming, even if you use your secret technique, you are still no match for me. Then, I will show you my strongest battle strength. Xinghe said coldly. The eternal light on his body became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to burn. Eternal divine bell. At this moment, Xinghe's aura increased by another notch. His body shone brightly, and finally turned into a large bell that enveloped him. Clang! The large bell buzzed, and a sound wave, visible to the naked eye, rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. In the face of this sound wave, he had a very dangerous feeling. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the Chaotic Calamity Finger, and pointed it out with all his might. However, when the sound wave rushed over, the Chaotic Calamity Finger exploded inch by inch. The terrifying sound wave rushed past, and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he punched out with both his fists. Illusions of the suppressing prison monuments appeared and blocked in front of him. Bam! Bam! The illusions of the suppressing prison monuments continued to explode. Lu Ming's body trembled. He felt a terrifying force acting on his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Even the chaotic light on his body could not withstand it. Lu Ming retreated for 100 miles before he managed to resist this surge of power. Gosh, is this Xinghe's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Who below the martial emperor realm can defeat him? Lu Ming is going to lose. He is no match for him. Lu Ming's cultivation is still too low. It is difficult for him to overcome the gap in cultivation. Chapter 1979. Everyone was shocked by Xinghe's combat strength. It turned out that he had not used his full strength earlier. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, he was able to push Lu Ming back 100 miles in one move. At this moment, Huang Ling, Long Chun and the others looked worried. The situation on their side had improved a lot. With the addition of the Death Blade, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Ordinary boundary emperors would only be killed by the Death Blade. Until now, many boundary emperors had died at the hands of the Death Blade. Blood was absorbed by the platform, and the blood-red bridge became longer and longer. It extended all the way to the front and disappeared into the depths. No one knew if it could reach the other side. Xinghe stepped into the air and moved toward Lu Ming. His body was enveloped by a large bell that seemed to be transparent. One could clearly see Xinghe's figure. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. In front of eternity, everything is in vain. Kill. Xinghe said indifferently, as if he had turned into a high and mighty deity looking down on the common people. Clang. The eternal divine bell vibrated for the second time, and a terrifying sound wave whizzed out. The space rippled like water, and like thousands of soldiers and horses, it crushed toward Lu Ming. Retreat. Some people behind Lu Ming were shocked. They retreated one after another, afraid that they would be swept in. With their combat strength, if they were swept in, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Lu Ming's face was solemn. He raised his cultivation to the maximum, and did his best to resist. The Tai Chi disc flew out and suppressed forward. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Finger and Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill were unleashed. But it was useless. The Tai Chi disc was sent flying, and it dimmed. The Primal Chaos Finger and Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill could not block it, and were shattered. It was not that the Primal Chaos Finger or Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill were inferior to the other party. It was just that Lu Ming's cultivation was not enough, and there was a gap between them. It was difficult for him to unleash such a strong power. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming, you are not bad to be able to block 2 of my attacks. But today your fate is sealed. Kill, silence all things. Clang. The Eternal God Bell vibrated for the 3rd time. This time, it was even more terrifying. The terrifying sound waves actually transformed into an army. They were like the celestial soldiers in the legends, holding divine weapons and riding strange beasts. Their killing intent soared to the heavens as they crushed toward Lu Ming. The entire void was trembling. The attack this time was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Lu Ming was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was somewhat pale. "Among my peers, you are the first one to withstand 3 strikes from my eternal godly bell. Hand over the celestial emperor's sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Xing Xinhe was incomparably arrogant as his snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. He quickly approached Lu Ming, as if victory was certain. "Hee, its power is indeed not bad, but it's still not enough." Lu Ming chuckled. At this moment his eyes were cold. It seemed like he had no choice but to give it a try. Now he could only borrow more power from his third bloodline. The third bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming had always avoided borrowing the power of the third bloodline, but now he had no choice but to do so. "Come power." A ferocious look flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Boom. A surge of crimson energy roared wildly and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Roar. Lu Ming roared. His voice was like that of a wild beast. Terrifying murderous intent erupted and shrouded the surroundings. Xing Xinhe's face changed abruptly when he was hit by the killing intent. The killing intent gave him the feeling that he was facing an incomparably powerful and crazy existence. It was as if he was going to slaughter all living things and destroy everything. Pust pust pust. At this moment, Lu Ming's body swelled and bone spikes protruded from his body. It made Lu Ming look a little ferocious, like a demon that had walked out from purgatory. Even Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest were a little shocked. They had never seen Lu Ming in such a state. "Xing Xinhe, watch me break your broken bell." Lu Ming roared. His eyes were full of ferocious and endless killing intent. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was not what it used to be. Although his killing intent was endless, he had not lost his mind. Swoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed like a phantom. The next moment, he appeared in front of the stellar river. Almost no one saw how Lu Ming moved. It was too fast. Swoosh. Lu Ming's claws clawed out. At this moment, Lu Ming's nails had become much longer. They were like sharp blades as he clawed at Xing Xinhe. Xing Xinhe's face changed and he quickly attacked. Clang. The eternal divine bell vibrated, and a more terrifying sound wave than before rushed out. The sound wave collided with Lu Ming's claws and made a harsh sound. In the end, Lu Ming roared and tore with his hands. The sound wave was broken by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming approached Xing Xinhe and threw out a punch. Dong. This punch landed on the eternal divine bell, and a terrifying force burst out. The eternal divine bell vibrated violently. Xing Xinhe's face changed and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Swoosh. Lu Ming took a step in the void and the void vibrated. Lu Ming's figure dashed out and caught up with Hung Xinghe. Both his fists bombarded him like a storm. Shake. Xing Xinhe roared and the eternal divine bell vibrated again. A terrifying sound wave rushed out. This time, the sound wave was even more terrifying. Ordinary emperor-to-be would die no matter how many of them came. Boom. 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 Lu Ming's fists were covered with a layer of blood-red energy. It was indestructible and there was nothing it could not break. It collided with the sound wave and finally, the sound wave was destroyed. Then he threw out punch after punch on the eternal divine bell. Kacha. The eternal divine bell was Xing Xinhe's divine skill formed by the eternal law. At this moment, cracks appeared on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's fist force continued to bombard the eternal divine bell. More and more cracks appeared on the eternal divine bell. In the end, it exploded with a bang. Xing Xinhe's face turned pale. He vomited blood and retreated. However, Lu Ming's speed was shocking. He caught up with Xing Xinhe in an instant, and continued to attack violently. Xing Xinhe took out his emperor-level battle sword again, and exerted all his strength to slash out sword light. However, he could not stop Lu Ming at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline, and was almost at his limit. Lu Ming could barely retain a trace of consciousness. If he continued to borrow the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming would be drowned by endless murderous intent, and become a killing puppet. It could be seen that Lu Ming's current power was very violent. In just a few moves, Xing Xinhe was sent flying and vomited blood. In the distance, Luo Zongqiong was almost scared to death. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? He could even defeat Xing Xinhe. He was simply invincible. No, when we get out, I must ask grandfather to send experts to kill him. He must be killed. Chapter 1980. Luo Zongqiang was shocked, not to mention the others, who were even more horrified. Heng Xinghe was defeated. He was not defeated by an elder, nor was he defeated by a group of people. He was defeated by another young man in a head-on confrontation. Heng Xinghe, the #1 genius of Yuan Mountain, was an invincible legend. Today his legend was shattered. Of course, it was accompanied by the birth of another legend. If what happened today were to spread out, the entire Yuan Mountain would be shaken. In particular, the people of the Heng family seemed to have lost their faith and were terrified. Heng Xinghe was the representative of the Heng family, and the pride of the Heng family. Since Heng Xinghe started cultivating, he had been undefeated among his peers. But today, he was defeated. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the quasi-emperors on their side were ecstatic. Lu Ming defeated Heng Xinghe, and the situation could be completely reversed. He just borrowed some kind of secret technique. Who knows if Lu Ming will become a cripple, or his strength will be greatly damaged after this secret technique. What's the use of a momentary victory? Luo Zongqiang said very unhappily, and his voice spread throughout the place. Of course, he was getting further and further away from Lu Ming, and was ready to escape at any time. Luo Zongqiang's words made many people's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's state was obviously due to the use of some kind of terrifying secret technique. Such a secret technique actually increased Lu Ming's strength by so much, and the aftereffects were absolutely shocking. It might be exaggerated to say that he would directly become a cripple, but if his origin was damaged, it would affect his future cultivation. In that case, Lu Ming would no longer be a match for Heng Xinghe. Some people who had a grudge against Lu Ming prayed in their hearts, hoping that this would be the case. At this moment, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the voices of the outside world. He continued to rush towards Heng Xinghe. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was surging. He didn't care if Heng Xinghe was an eternal son or not, he would kill him first. Heng Xinghe's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to confront Lu Ming at all. He turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the giant blood-red bridge. Whoosh! Lu Ming followed closely behind, also rushing towards the giant blood-red bridge. Could it be that the giant bridge has already reached the other side of the abyss? Heng Xinghe must know something. Now that he is rushing towards the bridge, he must have reached the other side and entered the 9th world. Let's go too. Charge! Others also rushed toward the giant bridge, including the quasi-emperors of the Heng family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and the Golden Crow clan. The originally intense chaotic battle also stopped at this moment. The black mass of people all surged onto the giant bridge and rushed forward. We're going to. Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest led a group of experts and rushed toward the giant bridge. After they entered the bridge, the great development pill furnace shrunk rapidly and flew towards Lu Ming. It flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. The bridge was extremely long and wide, and it led straight into the depths of the mountain. The stellar river was at the forefront at an astonishing speed, but Lu Ming was still closing the distance between them. Soon after, they saw that the bridge was passing through a thick fog. Many people were shocked. Could it be that behind the fog was the 9th world? The 9th world could not be directly entered from the outside. It was said to be the world where the immortals lived. What was in it? Heng Xinghe was the first to rush into the fog, but Lu Ming followed closely behind. After Lu Ming rushed into the fog, he found that he had come to a void. Yes, a void. There was no land here, just like the starry sky of the universe. He was suspended in the void. Heng Xinghe was not far away, but at this time he seemed to be stunned and looked ahead in a daze. Lu Ming could not help but look over as well. At one glance, his heart trembled violently and he was stunned. In the void in front of him, there was a figure sitting there with his legs crossed. But the figure was too big and too majestic. This person was taller than any mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a planet in the vast universe. In front of him, people were as small as dust. But most importantly, this was a stone man. It was like an incomparably huge stone statue, but it was vivid and lifelike. This was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void, but he gave off a peerless and unparalleled feeling. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that he had seen the appearance of this stone man before. Back then, two great emperors fought at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, the great emperor fell, and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain changed. At that time, a figure condensed in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He was in his 30s and looked to be the figure of the Heavenly Emperor. The stone man in front of him looked exactly the same as the figure that appeared at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Could this be the statue of the Heavenly Emperor? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, people were constantly passing through the fog and appearing in this void. But when they saw the huge stone man, they were stunned and shocked. Heavenly Emperor, this is the Heavenly Emperor. A statue of the Heavenly Emperor? No, it's the body, the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the end, a great emperor of the Hung family could not hold back the shock in his heart and roared out. Everyone's heart was violently shaken and surged with stormy waves. The Heavenly Emperor's body? This was the Heavenly Emperor's body. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor had fallen in the distant past. Could this really be the body left behind after the Heavenly Emperor had fallen? It was highly possible. There were many ancient ruins in the world of the Lotus. Some places seemed to have suppressed terrifying creatures. If it was not the Heavenly Emperor, who could have done it? In the distant past, for some unknown reason, the Heavenly Emperor had suppressed some powerful creatures here and died. His body was left here, sitting in the ninth world. No wonder one could not enter the ninth world directly. No wonder there were legends in other worlds that the ninth world was inhabited by immortals. Immortals were the Heavenly Emperor. And Lu Ming thought of more. He thought of that Heavenly Emperor sword, which was also a stone sword. The sword was made of stone. And now this huge body was also made of stone. What was the connection between them? Could it really be the Heavenly Emperor's body? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was not a human, but a strange life form? At this moment, the eyes of countless people burst out with blazing flames. That was the fire of greed. If this huge stone man was really the Heavenly Emperor's body, then its value was unimaginable. That was the Heavenly Emperor. Now the Heavenly Emperor was simply a legend, and the great emperors were the peak powerhouses. A great emperor could almost dominate a region, be invincible, and control the great Tao. As for the Heavenly Emperor, it was even more unimaginable. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor was almost the same as the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Great Tribulation did not affect the Heavenly Emperor, and he was truly immortal. When one became a Heavenly Emperor, there would be no Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, and they would truly live as long as heaven and earth. Such a person was unimaginably strong. The value of the body left behind by such a person could be imagined. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it could not be missed. Whoosh! Chapter 1981. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body was too shocking and tempting. Regardless of whether it was real or not, they had to give it a try. Even a piece of the Heavenly Emperor's body would be priceless. If they brought it out, even martial emperors would be envious. One figure after another charged forward. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body is mine. Whoever touches it will die. Xing He shouted as he turned into a beam of sword light and slashed out. Pooh! Pooh! As the sword light slashed down, blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew out one after another. In an instant, more than 10 quasi-emperors were killed by Xing He. The difference between an ordinary quasi-emperor and a stellar river was too great. They would be killed in an instant, unable to resist at all. The river of laws was easily sliced apart. The other quasi-emperors were shocked and flew far away. Xing He was too domineering. Xing He, the battle between us is not over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered as killing intent surged. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped toward Xing He. Aside from those who were close to Lu Ming, no one dared to step within a certain range of him. When Xing He saw Lu Ming coming over, his expression turned unsightly. He turned into a beam of light and charged towards the huge stone man. Form a formation and block him with the Emperor weapon. Xing He's voice rang out. The quasi-emperors of the Hung clan moved. Their figures flickered as they formed a mysterious formation. Some of them had emperor weapons, so they took them out. Clearly, quasi-emperors could not bring out the full power of emperor weapons. However, when many of them gathered together and formed a formation, the power was very terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of sword qi tore through the air towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out a few times, causing the void to tremble and shattering those sword qi. However, following that, more sword qi slashed towards him. Most of the people of the Hung clan cultivated the eternal spring law, which emphasized on continuous attacks. Boundless sword qi continuously blasted towards Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's path. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would not be able to charge out in a short time. Meanwhile, Xing He was rapidly approaching the stone man. He was very fast, and the others were lagging behind. Whoosh! A beam of death light slashed out violently, blocking a large amount of sword qi. Lu Ming, you go after the stellar river. I'll block them for you here. Deathblade stepped through the air, and the curtain of death enveloped the area, blocking a large area of sword light. Lu Ming glanced at Deathblade with his blood-red eyes. Without saying anything, he shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of blood-red light as he chased after Deathblade. They saw that the stone golem didn't seem to be far from them, but as they flew, they knew that they were very far from it. That was because the stone golem was simply too big. In the void, streaks of rainbow light flew towards the giant stone man like shooting stars. Xing He was far in the lead, but Lu Ming was in hot pursuit, slowly closing in. This flight lasted for half an hour. With their speed, they flew for half an hour. It was easy to imagine how far the distance was. At this moment, they finally approached the giant stone man. By then, Lu Ming and Stellar River had already left the rest far behind. They were far ahead of the rest. Lu Ming had already closed in on Stellar River. Damn it! What secret technique is this guy using? It hasn't disappeared yet. Xing He roared in his heart. Lu Ming's body was covered in blood-red light, and his aura was still strong. Ordinary secret techniques wouldn't be able to sustain such a powerful battle prowess for so long. But now Lu Ming seemed to be fine. He unleashed all his strength and rushed towards the giant stone man. He had a feeling that the blood in his body was boiling, as if he was close to the giant stone man. It was as if the stone man was related to him by blood. It must be the ancestor of the Hung family, it must be. Xing He roared in his heart. The closer he got to the giant stone man, the stronger his feeling became. He felt that as long as he flew to the stone man, he would be able to get the stone man. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Because in his sea of consciousness, the stone sword, which was the sword of the heavenly emperor, was constantly vibrating and buzzing. It seemed to be resonating with the stone man. The stone sword, maybe it really is the sword of the heavenly emperor, the sword of this stone man. A thought flashed in Lu Ming's mind, but he didn't slow down and gradually approached Xing He. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and a terrifying fist light blasted towards Xing He. Eternal Divine Bell. Xing He shouted and unleashed all his strength, and another Eternal Divine Bell enveloped him. The Eternal Divine Bell vibrated, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lu Ming, but it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. Clang! Clang! Xing He flew towards the stone man while vibrating the Eternal Divine Bell. The terrifying sound wave turned into various fierce attacks and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was simple. He used the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill, and punched out to break the sound wave, and slowly approached Xing He. The two fought while flying, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Boom! Boom! A few fist lights broke through Xing He's sound wave and bombarded Xing He's Eternal Divine Bell, causing it to vibrate and cracks to appear on it. Xing He's face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the stone man. In the past, no one in the same generation could break his Eternal Divine Bell, but today, it was broken by Lu Ming. When I become a boundary emperor, I will definitely kill you. Xing He roared in his heart, and he was accidentally punched again. His body trembled, and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, they were very close to the stone man. After getting closer, they realized that the stone man was really too big and majestic. They were probably only the size of a strand of the stone man's hair. Right at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The stone golem suddenly opened its eyes. This scene made the hearts of Lu Ming, Xing He, and the others jump. The stone man opened his eyes. Was the heavenly emperor not dead? If that was true, it would be a big deal. The stone man opened his eyes, only to see that his two eyeballs were like two abysses, pitch black. The next moment, two rays of light shot out of the stone man's eyes, condensing into a figure in front of Lu Ming and Xing He, wearing a long robe, unparalleled in style, around 30 years old, with a kind of domineering spirit. Wasn't it the image of the heavenly emperor? At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe, dumbfounded. The heavenly emperor was really not dead? Hung family descendant pays respect to the heavenly emperor patriarch. Xing Xinghe suppressed the shock on his face and bowed. Junior Lu Ming pays respect to the heavenly emperor. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the heavenly emperor was a senior expert, so it was normal to bow. Greetings to the heavenly emperor. The others also bowed to the heavenly emperor from afar. The heavenly emperor swept his gaze across everyone and said, "No need to be so polite, I've already fallen. What's left now is merely a wisp of imprint, like a candle in the wind, that can be extinguished at any time." These words made people's hearts tremble greatly.